Well, thank you so much for coming today. Today is a special day for INNOVAWORKING team because it's the first seminar in Madrid. Next year we will have the second seminar in Brussels in June. And then today is, I mentioned, a special day. We start to share the preliminary conclusions of INNOVAWORKING project. And we have the opportunity to listen to Professor Jesús Mercader. Jesús Mercader, he is a full professor at Carlos III University. His area is employment law. He has more than 300 or more papers, books about very innovative issues, and one of them, of course, is working time. In the last year, he has investigate, algorithms, artificial intelligence at workplace. Then today we say thank you so much, Jesús Mercader, because he started the seminar here in Madrid. And when you want, please, Jesús, the floor is yours.
Pues muchas gracias, Ana Belén. Muy buenos días a todas y todos. Es un placer para mí inaugurar este seminario internacional tan interesante sobre los nuevos tiempos de las relaciones laborales y las cuestiones que están vinculadas con el tiempo de trabajo y con la jornada de trabajo. Y mis primeras palabras, como no pueden ser de otra forma, de agradecimiento a Ana Belén Muñoz por sus amabilísimas palabras y a todos los que están aquí presentes, pues nuestra más cordial bienvenida a Madrid y especialmente nuestro agradecimiento más sincero a todos los que nos acompañan desde Valencia. Ya saben que los últimos días han sido unos días terribles para esa queridísima comunidad autónoma y todos los compañeros que nos visitan desde esa comunidad, pues les mandamos un abrazo muy cordial y les agradecemos muchísimo el esfuerzo que han tenido que hacer para estar hoy aquí presentes, porque como saben ustedes, las comunicaciones entre Valencia y Madrid pues no son nada sencillas y pues ellos están haciendo un esfuerzo muy importante por estar presentes en este seminario. Así que muchas gracias, Ana Belén, de nuevo. Y muy brevemente, porque mis palabras son meramente introductorias, pues situar lo que yo creo que son algunos de los temas centrales que se plantean en relación con el tiempo de trabajo y los retos que tiene el mundo laboral en relación con los retos del tiempo de trabajo. Creo que estamos lo decía Ana Belén en su presentación, en un tiempo de transformación, el cambio digital, los nuevos sistemas productivos, la transformación de los modelos de actividad que están incidiendo decisivamente en la idea clásica que teníamos del tiempo de trabajo y están influyendo en la necesidad de una reflexión profunda sobre esta materia. Y una de las cuestiones que está sobre la mesa pues es la jornada de 4 días, que es uno de los temas centrales de esta jornada. Como ahí se reproduce el cambio de la industria, el cambio no solo de la industria, sino del ecosistema de relaciones de trabajo está siendo particularmente intenso, es decir, la digitalización, la inteligencia artificial, pero no solo eso, los procesos vinculados con el impacto medioambiental, el ejemplo que hemos tenido hace poco, pues yo creo que está íntimamente vinculado con esa realidad. Bueno, nos obligan a repensar las fórmulas y los modos de entender las relaciones de trabajo en ese nuevo entorno, en ese nuevo ecosistema de relaciones de trabajo al que nos enfrentamos. Creo que en esta realidad un factor que debemos necesariamente tener en cuenta es que a lo largo de los últimos 2 siglos se ha ido reduciendo notablemente el tiempo de trabajo. Es decir, si hacemos mención a la evolución que se ha vivido en cuanto al tiempo que dedicaban los seres humanos al trabajo desde la primera revolución industrial a finales del siglo XVIII, principios del siglo XIX, hasta este momento observamos una reducción más que notable. Ese cuadro que no tienen. Bueno, pues en el cuadro que deberían tener ahí, verían.
Yeah, that's, we don't know, no, it's at the bottom. Yeah, right now?
Ahora sí.
Yeah.
No lo ven.
Thank you.
Efectivamente. Como ven ahí, en ese cuadro se observa con claridad el descenso de horas de trabajo semanales que se han ido produciendo desde finales del siglo 19, es decir, la reducción en términos agregados del tiempo de trabajo es más que notable y eso, sin duda alguna, está vinculado por ese conjunto de transformaciones a los que hacía antes referencia, ese conjunto de transformaciones que vienen de la mano del cambio tecnológico, de la incorporación de nuevas técnicas de producción y de nuevas formas de producción. Esto, sin duda alguna, pues ha tenido una notable repercusión en la calidad de vida de las personas, desde el punto de vista del tiempo de trabajo en esa primera revolución industrial, pues el compromiso prácticamente total de la persona con el trabajo era prácticamente absoluto, mientras que en el momento actual pues se produce una reducción sustancial que también en relación con la cual seguimos reflexionando, y estas ideas de reducción, reparto del empleo, jornada de 4 horas, pues están vinculadas desde luego con esa realidad. Creo que estamos en un momento particularmente significativo en lo que se refiere a la cultura del trabajo, es decir, históricamente la ética del trabajo, como se le ha definido, pues ha sido uno de los valores esenciales del entendimiento de las relaciones humanas. Es decir, la propia Constitución española pues habla del derecho al trabajo y reconoce el derecho al trabajo como valor. No reconoce, como la FARC, el derecho a la pereza o el derecho a la vagancia, sino que lo que se reconoce es el valor trabajo, la cultura del trabajo. El otro día en unas jornadas recordaba también que en la Constitución española solo aparece el término ocio en 2 ocasiones a lo largo de todo su texto, lo que quiere decir que el trabajo, la cultura del trabajo, el compromiso vital con el trabajo ha sido entendido como un elemento central de la vida y de la sociedad a lo largo de los últimos siglos. Esta realidad yo creo que se está transformando de manera clara, es decir, el entendimiento del trabajo es un entendimiento meramente funcional al desarrollo y a la necesidad de vida, pero no es el eje vital, no es un elemento central sobre el que los seres humanos nos movamos, y en este sentido creo que están produciéndose cambios muy significativos. Yo creo que ideas como la idea de la corresponsabilidad, la potenciación de la vida laboral y familiar, las formas flexibles de desarrollo de la actividad laboral, la necesidad de la desconexión en todos los términos, desconexión digital en la regulación española, pero desconexión emocional también del trabajador con el desarrollo de la actividad, pues el desarrollo también de las oficinas inteligentes. En definitiva, yo creo que todo eso pone de manifiesto esa transformación, es decir, el trabajo está perdiendo ese elemento central, afortunadamente, y nos encontramos ante una relación dicotómica entre el trabajo y el no trabajo. De hecho, el propio Tribunal de Justicia de la Unión Europea pues es bastante sensible a esa realidad. O estamos ante tiempo de trabajo o estamos ante tiempo de no trabajo. Las categorías intermedias pues empiezan a borrarse, y yo creo que eso forma parte, insisto, de algo que trasciende una mera reflexión jurídica y va a una reflexión cultural sobre el entendimiento del mundo del trabajo y de las prestaciones de servicios. Y creo que aquí, en este contexto, es en el que probablemente se insertan estas jornadas, ¿no? Es decir, estamos en el debate sobre la jornada de 4 días, estamos en el debate sobre el reparto del tiempo de trabajo, esa idea clásica que a veces se ha utilizado de trabajar menos para trabajar todos, y esto desde luego pues nos pone sobre la mesa una serie de cuestiones muy importantes. ¿Cómo afrontarlo técnicamente en sistemas jurídicos que parten de una realidad clásica y de ese entendimiento clásico de toda esa cultura a la que me vengo refiriendo, y cómo adaptar a esa realidad normativa, a esa realidad social, pues este nuevo debate sobre la jornada de 4 días. Creo que aquí se plantean problemas de muy diverso orden, y seguro que en la sesión de hoy pues va a haber reflexiones de enorme interés sobre esta cuestión. En el fondo, ¿quién paga ese cambio? ¿Quién paga el cambio de esa cultura? ¿Quién corresponde a los trabajadores tener que soportar ese efecto, el efecto de esa reducción de su tiempo de trabajo y la proporcional reducción de su retribución? ¿Corresponde a las empresas tener que favorecer ese nuevo cambio? ¿Debe ser el Estado el que intervenga subvencionando, bonificando y estableciendo medidas que favorezcan ese resultado? Bueno, yo creo que ese es el gran debate en el que estamos ahora pendientes. Aquí en España, como todos ustedes saben, proceso de diálogo social. A lo largo de esta mañana van a participar distintos representantes de sindicatos españoles que van a reflexionar sobre esa cuestión. Estamos en un diálogo social abierto, donde las posiciones entre sindicatos y asociaciones empresariales pues no son siempre coincidentes, y en ese sentido estamos en un contexto de particular interés. Creo que siempre, y es una reflexión constante siempre que me refiero a estos temas, hablar de algo que leí en los economistas y que siempre me ha hecho pensar, y me hace pensar cada vez que pienso en estos temas de reducción del tiempo de trabajo, del reparto del tiempo de trabajo, que es lo que los economistas llaman la paradoja de la cantidad fija de trabajo. Es decir, la reducción del tiempo de trabajo parte de una cierta paradoja de si el tiempo de trabajo es una cantidad estable. Es decir, si el tiempo de trabajo es una tarta que mantiene siempre una magnitud estable, o si es una tarta que va variando de tamaño según el cambio tecnológico, según la productividad, según los factores que inciden en la definición de la actividad laboral, tienen un mayor o menor peso. Por lo tanto, no es una tarta fija, o sea, sería una tarta de dimensión variable que se puede ir reduciendo con el tiempo, con lo que esa falacia de la cantidad fija pues creo que es bastante relevante. Si cuando pensamos en estos cambios pensamos en esa tarta estable, o si debemos pensar, y esto es una cuestión que desde luego exige una reflexión también importante, que esa tarta cada vez va a ser más pequeña, es decir, que la inteligencia artificial, la digitalización, la mayor productividad derivada del cambio tecnológico va a hacer que la tarta sea más pequeña, y cada vez los trozos de tarta que podamos repartir, ese tiempo de trabajo que podamos repartir, va a ser menos, porque vamos a tener menos tarta, y por tanto el problema a la hora de resolver estas cuestiones debe plantearse, y creo que esa es una cuestión también para la reflexión, desde esa idea de que el tiempo de trabajo no es una magnitud estable, sino es una magnitud variable, y por tanto el reparto es una de las posibles soluciones a esta realidad en transformación, pero también debemos ir pensando en otras soluciones alternativas. No les quiero aburrir mucho más, creo que la reflexión nos lleva al otro punto del polo, es decir, hemos pasado de la sociedad del trabajo, de la cultura del trabajo, del entendimiento del trabajo como elemento que dirigía las vidas de las personas, pero no sé si nos estamos dirigiendo hacia una sociedad del ocio, donde el ocio también es importante, y el ocio no solo entendido como contraposición con el trabajo, sino ocio también y como ocio obligatorio, porque estas transformaciones, estos cambios, pues nos obligan también a pensar que puede haber y nos podemos encontrar como consecuencia de estos cambios ante lo que se han denominado los permanentes inempleables. Hace algunos días, participando en unas jornadas, uno de los ponentes hablaba de si nos tenemos que plantear una reserva de trabajo para humanos, en la medida en que todas estas transformaciones obliguen a reservar puestos de trabajo para el ser humano en un contexto de innovación tecnológica. En definitiva, creo que la sesión que tienen ustedes por delante en la mañana de hoy es verdaderamente apasionante. Yo creo que el conjunto de temas y cuestiones que se van a plantear pues son de extraordinario interés, y sin más, pues devuelvo la palabra a quien me ha presentado, y le agradezco muchísimo, y a todos ustedes su presencia de aquí, y les deseo, como estoy seguro que va a ser, unas jornadas extraordinariamente fructíferas. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Jesus, for your introduction. It's very, very interesting, and your ideas. And we continue with the agenda. We move on the next speaker, Joan Sanchez, when you want, please. Well, we continue with the agenda of the seminar. It's my pleasure to introduce Joan Sanchez. He's a political economist, professor at the University of Valencia, and he has a large experience of reduction of working time. He has a book, very interesting book, 4 days. No, it's. I recommend you the book in Spanish, published in 2023. He has a special experience, to address several projects in order to reduce working time for Valencia government. And then thank you so much, Joan, to be here. I know it's very difficult, your travel yesterday, from Valencia, and we have the opportunity to learn a lot. Thank you so much, Joan. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Well, I'm going to stand up because I'm used to speaking standing, so I will just move around. Well, not here, maybe, because I will morning to everyone. Well, first and foremost, let me thank Anna and her team for inviting me to this conference and also for arranging all the travel stuff that has been a little bit complicated because, as Anna mentioned, I come from Valencia and has been already been said, we have suffered like a big flood there, and there are parts of the city that are incommunicated. So today actually was the first day with trains to Madrid. I don't know if this is working very well. It's like, well, I'll try, and if not, I can change maybe to a fixed one, or, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if not, I can use that one, yeah.
You have one, please.
See. If not, I can use this one. Okay. Okay. Sorry about this, but okay. See. Hi. Hello. Not working? Hi. Hello. Technical problems. Yeah. I mean, the room is quite small, so you can hear me, but hi. It's working? Not working? If not, I can try to speak more or less around here, and it's fine, right? Okay, so I'll leave this. Okay, so I'll have to take this. Okay, now? Okay, oh, now it's too loud even. Okay, great. Okay, so as Anna explained, I'm going to talk about the 40 week. You know that the 40 week has been a proposal in the field of work time reduction that has been has suffered a growing interest in recent decades. So I'm going to try to explain what the 40 week is it is about, and also what are their implications. Okay, I'm going to try to do this from a political economy perspective. As Anna mentioned, I'm an economist, so I know maybe most of you are lawyers or come from a background in law studies, so I hope this could be useful in some way. I mean, I will try to provide you with some insights, some hints about the 40 week and about its implications, okay? First, I forgot to put my timer because I'm used to speak a lot, so it's good to know time. Okay, sorry about this. Okay, so just first some introductory remarks. I have already mentioned it, but work time reduction has been a topic that has not been so important for many decades, at least in Europe. There has been some countries that have had an important debate in this sphere, like for instance France in 2000 with the 35 law. In Germany it has been also quite a topic of collective bargaining and all that in industrial sectors, but mostly in Europe, the priority, especially for instance, in social dialogue, in union debates, the priorities have been in another place, have been in rising wages and fighting precariousness, all of that. So work time reduction has been in a way displaced for many decades. It has not been a priority, not even from unions, not even from a public debate perspective. So the situation that we are currently living, where work time reduction is again a big topic on the public sphere, it's quite new. I mean, we have seen it in these 2 or 3 years, I think, from the pandemic, but for many decades it has not been the case. So there have been some factors, I will try to mention some of them, that have revived, let's say, this new wave of debating about work time reduction and talking again about the 40 week, because as I will explain, the 40 week idea, it's not so new at the end. As you may know, probably there are some pilot programs and public policies that have been put in place all over Europe to support the 40 week or to support some kind of work time reduction, because as I will explain, this proposal it's a bit diverse. It has like very different forms of implementing it, very different implications. So it's complicated sometimes, like to have a definition of what is a 40-week and what are 40-week policies. But more or less, we have had several pilot programs and public policies in Spain, in Portugal, in the UK, in Belgium, Iceland, many other countries in Europe, and many trials around the world, in New Zealand, in the United States, etc. One of the most interesting things about this 40-week movement and this debate is that it has been pushed forward, but let's say a not so conventional coalition of actors. You know, unions, for instance, have been like very reluctant to it at the beginning. They have been a little bit late to the debate. In fact, companies have been leading it, which is not new because in the 70s, for instance, in the US, it was already talked about. But we have had also a prominent role, for instance, of think tanks. The trials have been used in a strategic way to show that the 40-week had positive results. So there is some interesting stuff from a political economy perspective going on in terms of the coalitions that are driving these proposals. So the first question that I wanted to share with you what is a 40-week? Because of course, from a grammatical point of view, it's very easy, but from a practical standpoint, there are quite a lot of things inside there. So when we talk of a 40-week, we could talk about many things. For instance, a 40-week can be a 32 hours model where we cut a working day of the week, and we have this model where we work less hours in the week, so it's 32 hours, generally, the proposal that it's currently the most popular one. And we have more or less this model of 180-100, that means that you have to do the same that you did before, but in less time. Okay, so this is the premise that, for instance, some organizations on business-run organizations, like, for instance, 40-Week Global, which is a non-profit foundation that it's pushing forward these trials and doing all this research. They are talking about this model and trying to popularize it in companies and everywhere. So we are talking about improving productivity and reducing working time. So this is probably one of the most common proposals that we find, but it's not the only one. As I mentioned before, another side of this proposal is the compressed 40-week. So there is some people around, and even some governments, like for instance in Belgium, talking about this. So about having the possibility of prolonging the working day to 10 hours and reducing a day. So this is a compressed 40-week that obviously has very different implications from a reduced working week. So this is another possibility. Another way of putting this idea of the 40-week is that we can have coordinated, a coordinated workforce that only works 4 days, so they have weekends of 3 days. But we could have also like different days that are non-working days. So each of us could have like a day off during the week, and there will not be a coordination. So there is also a debate if this proposal of the 40-week should be understood as a coordinated proposal where everyone gets the same days off, or not, or if this can be up to the employer or up to the employees. So this is another side of things. Another perspective of looking at this is that sometimes 40-week proposals, especially when they are talked about in the media and in reports, etc., they are sometimes like mixed together with very different kinds of flexible working with projects, a wide array of let's say new forms of working inside the firm, remote work, everything gets put together like in the same basket. So when you sometimes read like news articles and so on that talk about the 40-week, look in the detail because there are like many different things going on there. Sometimes it's just like flexible arrangements, like projects, like working towards like projects or goals. So it's also like a synonym for new ways of working sometimes. So it is not clear many times what this implies. Of course, another side of things is the relation of this work time reduction with the wage. There have been a lot of proposals that are tying the 40-week to a reduction in wages. So for instance, in Spain, we have seen one of these proposals with Telefónica, which is a big telecom here in Spain, that proposed the 40-week to workers, and it was rejected because it implied a 16% pay cut. And this was, for instance, the case also in another very important multinational from Barcelona that is called Desigual, that also implemented this measure and did a 10% reduction of the wage. And this was accepted by the workers in this case. So they are doing it with a pay cut. So this is another side of the debate. The 40-week comes with wage cuts or not. So this is another, as I mentioned, another side of things. So more or less to try to summarize all these proposals and try to come to a definition, I think more or less this could be the definition that it's most commonly understood about the 40-week. Okay, so we are talking about reduced 40-week, not a compressed 40-week, which is the exception in some countries. But in general, unions like social organizations, political parties are talking about wartime reduction, and those are talking about 32 hours that can be distributed over 4 or more working days. So you could have a 32-hour working week spread in 5 days, and that would also be included in this proposal. So the 40-week at the end is like a very general marketing term, if you want, that it's very appealing to people, it's very easy to understand, but in practical terms, it has different implementations. As I mentioned, not necessarily coordinated, and in this case, in general, most of the proposals sustain that the salaries have to be equivalent to a full-time work week, so they don't have to be reduced. So this is more or less the definition that we could have, but as I mentioned, is quite flexible. So another side of things is why we are speaking about this now, why we are talking about the 40-week. As I already told you, the 40-week, it's not new. Many people think it's very new. Even myself did when I started to do research about this. But when you read things and when you go back in history, it's not so new. There are mentions of it already in the 50s. And for instance, the other day, doing some research, I found this article of the New York Times. It's from the 1970s. And I invite you to read some of the paragraphs of the article, because it seems that it's describing the situation now. It's the same. It says the trend toward the 40-week is accelerating, management, not the labor, is leading the way. Even Samuelson, the Nobel Prize of Economics, talks that it's like a very revolutionary thing, talks about the leisure society and all that. And regarding the causes of this, because of course this has to do with a decade between the 70s and the 80s where the 40-week was quite popular in the US. There were a lot of companies trialing it. It got a lot of coverage in the media, and yeah, there was a lot of debate. Even Nixon talked about it, I think, and said that it will be the future. So it had quite a moment during these decades, but afterwards, and there are also, if you are interested, a lot of academic studies of this period with specific firms and all that, but no one knows why, but it disappeared within the years. The interest in the 40-week disappeared, but as I mentioned, it's not so new. But what are some of the transformations that are, I think that this is obviously my view, that are driving this renewed interest in work time reduction in the 40-week. Some of them have already been mentioned at the beginning, but in general, we are seeing a transformation of the productive model of the labor market, a transformation that it's at least more or less focused on these 3 concepts. That is flexibilization of the labor market, which implies that hours are more adaptable. Our legislation is making hours more adaptable. It's making easier, for instance, to have part-time arrangement, remote work options, annualized hours, flexible start or end times. So this is one of the aspects that is driving these changes. Also diversification. So we have people with very different work time arrangements, and this was not the case some decades ago. Everyone more or less worked the same hours, the same days, so people could coordinate, for instance, you know, to take a coffee or to take a beer or something. And nowadays it's becoming more difficult because everyone has a different schedule. So we have variable shifts patterns, split shifts, for instance, or even seasonal scheduling. So working time arrangements are becoming more diverse. Also, we have a fragmentation of work, which is a deviation from standard working hours. And we are seeing this, for instance, on-call work or gig work, where you have like times in the middle where you are not working and times where you are working. The boundaries are not very clear. We have people with multiple part-time employment, also split shifts. So working time is becoming fragmented in a way. So if you are interested in all of this, well, there is a paper that was published recently in the Cambridge Journal of Economics by Professor Brendan Burchell and others that it's very interesting in this sense. Also, another of these transformations, just checking time, another of these transformations is changes in production modes. For instance, the introduction of lean management techniques, just-in-time. All of this is changing the 4Ds paradigm of mass production. That was the one that allowed this standardization of work hours that are represented in this concept of the standard employment relationship. People with backgrounds in law probably have studied this. So this is disappearing in a way. It's dissolving every day more because of this diversification, fragmentation, etc. And also because of some political reforms that have, let's say, attacked this model of rights or of standardized work time and have eroded in a way this model. Okay, so this is one side of things which come from structural transformations, economic transformations that have changed the labor market. Also technology and all that, it has been already mentioned. Another important thing is that within this period, within these decades, we have seen the rise of new perspectives on work time. So when we are talking about work time, for instance, classical economists were always talking about preferences, just individual preferences, or for instance, during the 40s period, like people like Max Weber or Taylor were talking about optimizing productivity was another reason for work time reduction or standardization of work time. But from the 80s, we have seen new perspectives emerge, for instance, from the field of feminist economics, from ecological economics. So there are issues like the family-work balance, health, gender equality, climate change. Let's say that the debate has broadened a lot. So there are a lot of questions to consider. Even recently, there is a current of thought that it's called post-work studies, that is people that it's studying how to have a society where work is no longer the center of the society. So we are talking about UBI, about getting rid of work in general, you know, so this is a current of thought that it's actually quite popular among young people, like rejecting work, seeing work as a neglection of freedom. So this is an interesting strand of literature and all that it's just started, but it's interesting. And also another important part of this is external events. The experience in the pandemic, for instance, it was very, very transforming. It showed that we could work in a different way. And this has had lasting consequences, according to my view in us. Also the situation, the so-called polycrisis, you know, the fact that many people, for instance, from my generation have lived many decades now going from one crisis to another, and we are not out of it. So this is making people getting more disattached from work and thinking about these other perspectives, I think. So, well, another dimension that I wanted to share with you, and I don't have for just 4 minutes, so I'm going to try to be fast, benefits and obstacles of this proposal. Well, from an economic point of view, we have to start from the perspective that if we look, for instance, at productivity, that it's usually the main issue discussed within the economists and also in the public debate, because economics dominates this debate sometimes, and if you win the economic argument, you probably have won the whole debate. We have to mention that productivity, it's positively correlated with work time reduction. So the countries that work the less hours are the most productive countries. Of course, the correlation can come from both ends. of course. I mean, so which comes first is difficult to tell. If you become more productive and later do work time reduction, or if work time reduction even can enact productivity growth. But the reality is that when you draw, for instance, these are OECD countries, you see this line. So when you have higher productivity, you are working less hours. For instance, you have here Germany and you have here Spain. Okay, so this is a fact. This is a reality that we have. And this is more or less a summary. I don't have time to go all over it. You can take a picture or something if you are interested. But this is a summary of all the benefits that we have seen in some of the trials and in some of the academic publications that we have had, and also some of the risks and obstacles of this proposal. So the benefits are quite clear. They have to do with productivity. They have to do with improving talent attraction and retention in firms. This is a thing that is driving most of the 4-degree proposals in companies, redistributing work, even stimulating sectors that benefit from leisure hours. For instance, in Spain, we talk a lot about tourism, about culture. These are sectors that could benefit from a general reduction in working time. We have benefits very well proven in terms of health and safety of work, improving work-life balance, and also some small benefits, but this is a part that it's still in studying, but ecological benefits. So it could be a proposal useful to tackle climate change and to change our consumption patterns and all that. Risk and obstacles, there are a lot, of course. I mean, for companies, the risk, of course, is that for some it could imply increased cost. For some workers, it could imply also, as we have seen before, a decreased salary. The adjustment process is complex, so there has to be training measures, support measures, which is, in fact, what, for instance, we are currently discussing here in Spain with the proposal of the 37.5 hours. So it's difficult. Work intensification is probably one of the main risks for health, because when you are asked to do the same in less hours, many people are feeling the pressure of it, especially older people. So there is a thing to look there. We have seen also reproduction of gender inequality patterns. So sometimes work time reduction is useful to redistribute care work, but also when people have more free time. We have seen this, for instance, in a trial that was made at the city of Valencia. Women, for instance, devoted more time to care, and men devoted more time to do sports. So it reproduces some patterns. So it's not a solution by itself. You have to do other things. And of course, from an ecological point of view, it could also have collateral effects. If you have more time, for instance, you can travel more, you can take more planes. You can also go by train or go by walk, but it depends, okay? And of course, there is the debate about the reduction in days versus the reduction in work hours. It has different benefits. For instance, from the point of view of care, it may be more positive to reduce each day the working hours, but from the perspective of the environment, reducing mobility, it's a priority. So it would be better to have just like 4 days, literally 4 working days. Okay, so these are some of the benefits. The results that we have in general are very positive. There has been also a lot of critiques about it. I'm out of time, so just 5 minutes. I can take 5 minutes. Okay. These are the combined results of some of the trials, some of the biggest trials that we have had in private companies and not led by governments. Okay, so this is an important thing. These have been trials run by private entities, well, with the exception of the Portuguese one where the government was actually involved. But in general, they are trials that just bring together companies that want to try this in a voluntary way. Okay, and the benefits in general are like very positive in terms of productivity benefits, decrease in resignations. Well, you can see there. Also, there has been a lot of critique about these results because this is an evaluation just of trials that normally last for 6 months. So we don't know what will happen over the years. So the effect could decrease. You know, when you get a 4-day week, you are like very, very happy the first day, the second day, maybe the first month, but we don't know what happened. There are currently researchers investigating this, but we don't know what happens in the long term. Okay, so we still have to see. And for instance, there is a lot of critique about how productivity is measured. Well, productivity, it's difficult to measure in general. I mean, it's very difficult because you can look at many different things. So for instance, many of these studies look at benefits, and so on. But of course, many of the firms that are trialing the 40-week are already firms that are performing quite well. So this could be also a bias in the study. So there are doubts and reasonable critiques about these results, but I think the strongest point about the results is the health effects. The health effects in general, very big decrease in burnout, in stress, and all that, I think is the most noticeable and probably the most objective result of work time reductions. So just to end, a couple of insights from a political economy perspective, and I will leave it there, and you can ask me later questions if you want. So just three main conclusions from my point of view. First, we are experiencing a political realignment of the working population, so we are having a new generation of creative workers that are more or less the elite, let's say, the people that decide policy and that are the most influential ones, which are very interested in this stuff, in work time reduction, in flexible working, in all these things. So they have new priorities. For instance, for many people, pursuing wage increases, it's no longer the priority. For instance, in the Portuguese case, there was a very interesting result that was that workers said that they valued the work time reduction that they got with the 40-week with an amount equivalent to a 20% of their salary. Okay, so it was like, for them, it was like wage increase in a way, because they thought work time reduction, having more time for themselves was important. So priorities are changing. But at the same time, we have another group of people that are what we would call the blue-collar workers and all that, people working in more physical stuff and all that, that are feeling left behind. And they have different priorities. They have, of course, problems of money, of wage and all that. And I think this is actually driving many of the political divides that we are seeing currently. The other day, I was reading that, for instance, an analysis about the American elections, and it explained that the main predictor of you voting for Trump was the kind of work that you had and your educational background. So if you had a college degree or not, and the kind of work that you performed. So there is a growing debate around this, and this is reflected in the 40-week debate, with some specific groups of people, specific groups of companies, very interesting on this, and probably another part, maybe a majority, that it's not so interested, but well, in fact, if we look at polls and so on, work time reduction is quite popular in general. But as I mentioned, depending on the group and the kind of work that you have. The second thing is that we are seeing work time reduction in many companies being pursued, being debated, even in collective bargaining. Unions are now actively pushing for this, so we expect that this will become a big topic. For instance, in Spain, as you know, we are having currently a second round effect, I would call it, of the 40-week debate, that is the implementation of the 37.5 hours, which will lead to many companies having to have these talks about trials, policies, and these trials are taking place especially in sectors with shortages of skilled labor, like technological sector or this kind of sectors are the ones that we are seeing mainly these proposals. So just to end, what we are seeing around the 40-week for me, it's I call it a new pro-reduction coalition of specific kind of workers, specific kinds of companies that are very interested in this proposal as a way to reduce absenteeism, to improve retention of talent and all this. And also many unions are also coming aboard this debate. But it's a new pro-reduction coalition because, as I mentioned, there are differences with the classical reduction coalitions. Unions, for instance, have not been leading this debate, and this is different from another points of history. So this makes the debate quite different. And for instance, think tanks, as I have mentioned, have played a prominent role. Trials have been used in a very specific way to get people to be aware that the 40-week, it was a feasible measure, it was proven. So there has been a lot going on, a lot of things interesting to analyze from a political economy perspective. So, and this all has resulted in the implementation, as I mentioned, of many trials, public policies, for instance, in these countries. Many political parties are now putting this at the center of this debate. So the let's say the scenario where this work time reduction debate is happening, this 40 week is happening, is changing. The actors are changing, and there are different arguments, more broader arguments, as I mentioned, like from a gender perspective, from an ecological perspective, that are making this debate quite different from other work time reductions that we have seen through history. So that was all from my part. Sorry for taking some extra minutes, but yeah, I will be very happy to to answer if you have any questions about programs or whatever that you want to know. And yeah, thank you very much. And if you are interested, as Anna mentioned, I have a book where I try to explain all of this. You can see it there. So yeah, thank you very much, and I'm at your disposal for questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Joan, your presentation. You offer a very interesting, economic perspective. We have time for a couple of questions if the audience want to ask. You have the opportunity here in present and online, because we have many people, online, no? To start in the debate, the discussion, I would like to ask Joan, because Joan knows, the experience here in Spain, in Portugal, in the United Kingdom. I would like to ask you, Joan, if you think about public policies are relevant in order to address this issue, because we have many kinds of companies, small, medium, large. Then it's very, very interesting, the topic, but what about public policies, how to address this issue? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that public policies are actually quite important, and at least in my view, because as you mentioned, especially in Southern Europe, but I think in general, we have a lot of small and medium-sized companies that have complexities adjusting to this new model, because we have a lot of, presentiality, like the cultural change, it's quite difficult. So public policies can be helpful in this sense. We were talking about it, for instance, yesterday in the dinner. For instance, Jorge was explaining that this was, health issues and so on were becoming more prominent for big companies, but not so much for medium and small companies. Maybe because they don't have the resources sometimes, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the experience and all that, the resources in general. So I think public policy could play a role in putting these resources available for small and medium firms. Resources like training, for instance, like explaining the working models, like getting people people used to work in a different way, with projects, by focusing on results, like managing time, whatever. So I think this could be an important role. Also, helping firms in the short terms, maybe with economic incentives. This was done, for instance, in France with the 35 hours, the introduction of the 35 hours, and it has been done in many of the programs that are supporting a 40 week. For instance, in the Valencian region, we developed a program that lasted for 3 years, and we had like decreasing subsidy to compensate small and medium companies that introduced work time reduction for the week of some sort, and they could get some financial help for the first years at least. It's the same, for instance, that has been doing the Ministry of Industry here in Madrid, also with 20 industrial companies that are trialing the 40 week. They are putting resources, they are training them. So I think this could be the role of public policy in all this debate. Of course, there is debate about the extent of this support, and this is part of the discussion that it's now going on. So, yeah.
Thank you, Joan. I'm not sure if we have questions.
Yeah, they're at the
please.
back.
Yes.
Yeah,
You need the
I can go there.
Yeah, but
Don't
we
worry.
have online is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, maybe you can go in. I mean, maybe I'm thinking about it in too naive terms. Okay.
Because people
my-
online
Yeah, my question is on productivity. Yeah. So, I'm wondering in which sectors these the 4-day week has been tried, right? Because maybe I'm thinking about it in a way that is too naive, but I can think of it as in terms of, you know, if you have, like, let's say, a not so productive enterprise that wastes a lot of time, they could easily produce the same kind of output in a reduced kind of working week, right? So you could shorten the working week without really intensifying work just by cutting waste. But then if I think about manufacturing or so, where everything is already very tight, right, and productivity is already high, you could go to a 4-day working week, but probably only with an intensification of work. So what have you observed in the different cases? Because I think in the first example, it would be really easy also for the employer to say, like, okay, great, you know, it's just waste reduction, basically. But in an enterprise that is already quite productive, you probably have more conflicts and more, you need more bargaining, basically, between employers and employees, because it will probably go hand in hand with the intensification of work. I don't know if my thinking is correct, yeah, and how this pans out in reality. Thanks.
Yes, of course there are different dynamics regarding sectors. For instance, work time reduction has been very prominent, for instance, in industrial sectors in Germany, for instance, as I mentioned. But it was seen sometimes as a way to fight technological unemployment, so to redistribute work. This is a perspective that now it's not so common in the debate. This is another difference of the debate that we are having now regarding the debate some decades ago. We are not talking anymore about redistributing work. At least it's not the main argument. The main argument is about productivity, health, for instance, mental health in Spain, for instance, has been a very important vector. So this is a thing. I mean, history showed us that work time reduction can be implemented in a very different sectors. In these trials that we are seeing, mainly what we have is are service companies, like technological companies sometimes, consulting companies, a lot of consulting companies. So companies where the input is mainly like knowledge, you know, you can adjust yourself, be more creative in less time, people can work remotely. So this is more or less the prototype of a 4-day week firm. But apart from that, we are seeing like very different experience. For instance, here in Madrid, there is a chain of restaurants that it's called La Francachela, that it's trying the 4-day week, or has been trialing it for the last years. And they are in the hospitality sector, which is quite difficult because you have to hire more people to keep open the same days. And even in some of the trials, I remember, for instance, the UK trial, there was a fish and chips company. So these were like very interesting cases to see what was happening. But of course, one of the arguments is that this proposal has to be adapted in a way to the necessities of different sectors. Because as I mentioned, working time arrangements are becoming more diverse. And this also has to do with the plurality, the wide array of sectors that we have currently. The economy is not so monolithic as it was maybe some decades ago. So yeah, you have to look into each specific sector and see which is the logic. Because, for instance, in many big companies, as I was saying, the main reason to introduce this is fighting absenteeism and all that. We were talking about it yesterday, that some big companies have like a 20% absenteeism and all that. And this has like a very high cost in terms of you cannot currently operate. And many companies are also having difficulties attracting young people, because young people do not want anymore the kind of job that our parents, for instance, had, like a job for the whole life that is like the center of for your time. So priorities are changing. You have to look into different sectors, and yeah, particularities are emerging. And of course, intensification it's quite a thing. Because yeah, I think we are seeing it already, for instance, with the debate on AI and all that, that people is saying, okay, now we are going to do things in less time, ChatGPT will save us a lot of time. Well, history shows us that what actually happens is that the workload will expand in this time. So if you were asked to do, let's say, 5 tasks, you will be asked to do 10 in the same time. So there will be probably an intensification risk there. So yeah, logical sectoral logics are like very different currently. So there are very interesting results, but not really conclusive in a way. You can see like companies from all the sectors trailing. I would say that the main difference, the thing that makes the most difference is the cultural approach to these kind of measures. If management, for instance, has the right knowledge to do this and workers are aboard, because also what happens in some companies is that this proposal is made unilaterally by management and sometimes it's not talked about with workers and negotiated and all that. And this has been proved that it's a crucial thing. You have to do it with the workers and do it adjusting all the production process. So it's not so easy as to say, next day we are going to reduce working time and that's it. You have to design an adjustment process, bring in the resources, bring in the people, everything. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah, it's complex in a way, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Joan. We continue with the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your presentation.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. Let's get on with the program because we have a lot of speakers today. My name is Clara Boonstra. I'm a professor of international labor law at the VU University in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, but also working as a chief legal counsel to the Dutch Confederation of Trade Unions. So I have this double perspective on the issue. And also my thanks very much for inviting me here and being part of this interesting project. And also, it's a joy to see also many young people here. I do suppose they're your students or PhD students. And I'd like to hear their input later too. I would like to introduce two people here from who look at this subject from the European central perspective, or I do assume they look at it, but that will be my question. First of all, Giovanni Casale from the ETUC, who's a policy advisor. You're originally from Italy, right? But and working in Brussels on matters of collective bargaining policy, wage coordination, and the implementation of the EU Pillar of Social Rights. And also Zeffaniello, which presumes Italian background, but you are French, right? But you are truly an international scholar because you worked in Glasgow in Scotland and in Germany and are at this moment working at the ETUI, so the Research Institute of the European Organization of Trade Unions. And I am really, really curious about how you at that central European umbrella level are dealing with the enormous diversity of issues and fragmentation of the interest of the workers, because it's easy for us to say the workers. Well, they're not as uniform anymore as they were in the 70s when that first wave of let's call it, well, you can't call it flexible work time regulation, but differences in working time regulation started up from the time now. So please, I think Giovanni, you wanted to take the floor first, right?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to Anna and Universidad Carlos III team for having me to give me this opportunity to speak about this topic that lies at the heart of this evolving labor landscape. Let me just a couple of words on the ETUC, because maybe I'm quite sure that most of the students don't know what it is. So basically, the Confederación Europea de los Sindicatos, European Trade Confederation, it's a European organization that gathers together more than 100 trade unions from all around Europe, not only European Union, but Europe. And we represent actually at the moment almost 40 million workers in Europe. So this is so one of our mission is, of course, to advocate for work time arrangements that respect workers' rights, but especially improve the quality of their life. If you don't mind, I will stand as well.
Sure.
Yeah, Joan has had this great idea, so I will try to. So basically, thank you to Joan and also the professor that spoke at first. They already announced part of my presentation, but I will try to also give you a more trade union perspective. Just very briefly, some history. So the 888 movement, 8-hour working, 8-hour recreation, 8-hour rest, started in the 18th century, where people were actually working 80 hours per week. Then this movement slightly improved the situation in several countries until Spain was the first country actually in introducing a universal law applying to all the workers, restricting the numbers of hours per day to 8 hours. This was also, especially with the help of trade unions movement at the time, after 44 days of a strike in Barcelona, La Huelga de la Canadiense, 1919, and Spain was the first, then the first to apply nationally. Then other countries followed, and the working week was still 48 hours. Until 70s, 80s, more or less all the countries, especially in Europe, stabilized around the 40 hours per week. Also, as the chair was saying, also thanks to the union movement. And then we arrived in 2003, where the European Commission adopted the European Directive, a working time directive, that capped to 48 hours actually per week, but with considering the 40 hours per week the standard. So now we are, as someone said before me, we are addressing new dynamics of work that transformed the world of work, and also together with digital transformation, remote work, this also increased actually some trends or stress, burnout, reducing well-being. And this is also a trend that has been, so the use of remote work, of digital transformation has been accelerated by the pandemic. The pandemic and telework, the use of telework, it has positive aspects, so as working time arrangements, but also it blurred the line between private life and working life. So people are always on call, like feel themselves always available. This brought some another pandemic, a mental health pandemic. But this I will leave it to Aude that will follow in the intervention after me. So that's why it is important, and we are advocating for the right to disconnect. And we are glad that at European level, the Commission is working on a legislative initiative, probably a directive, to address the right to disconnect. But still, what we are experiencing is that the notion of classic 40 hours per week is being challenged more often. So we need to rethink how we structure our working time. And this is why we advocate for the working time reduction. And by reduction, I mean the actual reduction of working hours per week, either for day per week or reducing hours per day. The compression of working hours in 4 days for us is not an option. There has been some examples, some pilot in Belgium, for instance. But you know how many workers applied? The 0.8%. And half of them dropped after the first 6 months because they felt so tired that they could not enjoy the Friday, the free Friday. So now, why we should reduce working hours? But first of all, because workers are asking to do it. So this graph is taken from Eurofound and show the preferred decrease in working hours divided by the occupational level, but basically what is interesting is that on average, workers prefer to work less, and this is the first graph on the left is from 2015, and the second one is from 2021. So basically, with the pandemic, this has been accelerated as the average passed from 1.5, from 2.2 to 5.5, so more than doubled in 6 years. This something has been mentioned very, very well from Joan, so I will not repeat it, but just to do this very quick exercise with you. So, as a trade union movement, of course, we recognize the benefits of these new working time arrangements, and especially working time reduction. And some of the examples, some of the results from either the literature or from the pilots run so far show a lot of positive effects, a lot of improvements. Job satisfaction, most of them are also correlated. So I will just go quickly, and then maybe if you want, we can address also later during the questions. I will just mention a few of them. So basically, job satisfaction, for instance, I mean, of course, working less hours, workers report to be more satisfied. Also, more satisfied in the private life, family harmony. So improve the better work-life balance. For employers, it is positive because they have they have a more engaged workforce. More loyal workforce. That this improve the motivation, lower the turnover rates, so also less cost, reduce the absenteeism, and we also noticed the higher productivity. Just to mention this to the guy who made the question before, and also Johan mentioned it, high productivity, higher morale bring to have better performance. Then there are other aspects that address organizational reputation and branding. Means that companies are more appealing to attract talents or to retain staff. This lower the cost of replacing staff, retrain staff, new staff. But it is also, honestly, a benefit for the trade union movement because campaigning for reducing working time recalls also the historical position of the unions, as I showed before, have to collectively advocate for change, for the 5 days work week, for the 40 hours work week, or annual holidays, or health and safety conditions. So advocating, campaigning, trying to get working time reduction could also be a mean to attract new members in the union. What ETUC is doing most recently. There's been a questionnaire, first questionnaire, I found out in these days more than 10, 15 years ago with completely different results. There was not time yet. Now the time are ripe. So 2 years ago we ran a questionnaire for members' organization for this out, and we got 50% of reply from our members. And the were two main questions. The first one was: is collective working time reduction currently a priority for your trade union, and is it on your agenda? We got a yes with 85% of positive answers. And the second question was: what are the main reasons to pursuing this issue? And the first, of course, the first answer was work-life balance. So how to improve the balance between working life, private life. And of course also fair share of productivity gains, health and safety, but there were also answers concerning gender equality, gender dimension, and caregiving. Then, did you see, so last year we started, myself personally started working in different networks, addressing this working time, also together with Johan, and working on different projects. Then we had our Congress, that is the highest body of our organization. And in the action program for 2023-2027, there is a specific paragraph on this topic, while we advocate for a collective bargaining agenda to favor working time reduction, maintaining the full compensation, so maintaining the same wage, same salary. We also started within the collective bargaining committee. It is a standing committee meeting every year, twice per year, with all the members organizations to address this topic, to show and to understand, also to get feedback from them. And this year, we recently launched a study research on working time reduction that is analyzing now more than 120 either collective agreements or pilots projects. This will investigate the role of collective bargaining agreements and trade unions as a drivers of change in achieving this change. And the results will be ready March 2025. Of course, I will be happy to share with you. I guess, so collective bargaining, I hope you know what it is, yeah? So basically collective bargaining, not because it's my topic at UC, but it is a very important thing. It gather together employers from one side, workers on the other side. They discuss, they find an agreement, and it is called collective agreements that could regulate basically your contract when you will get hired. So you will regulate the working time, your wage, health and safety condition, and etc. There is not a defined standard across Europe, so every country has its own regulation. It is mostly left to social partners, so to unions and employers. Working time is the second most addressed topic in collective agreements, after wages, of course. And we consider it one of the best and powerful tool to address this working time reduction, because, as I was saying, it gives you the opportunity to negotiate directly with employers and to sign legally binding agreements addressing specific needs and conditions in each workplace or in each sector through collective bargaining. And you can, of course, you can regulate working time without loss of pay. You can regulate health and safety conditions. You can improve your work-life balance. And so through this innovative working time reduction, working time arrangements, we can redefine the concept of work with a priority on health, well-being, and dignity of workers. Now I'll give you some example. Yes?
Could I ask you to?
Yeah, we'll wrap up with 3 examples, but I need 1 minute for the next slide. 3 quick examples in Italy. No, this is the first one is in Italy, the banking sector. So it's a national agreement. They passed from 37.5 to 37 hours per week. That's almost nothing. But they also increased the hours dedicated to paid training. This could seem irrelevant, but this opened the way to start the negotiations in company agreements. For instance, there has been one of the big bank in Italy that already dropped to 36 hours, and others are following. Someone is saying that this is not possible in public sector. No, it's not true. This is a good example from Germany, where this elderly care institution, public sector, in Thuringia state, started this project phase. It's actually currently running and passing from 40 to 36 per week in 4 days. So working 1 hour more, but with the common goal to achieving 32 hours per week. This is part of a large organization framework. So not taking into consideration the digitalization, new forms of work, a better shift. And a couple of data. Here, a lot of workers were temporary. Now, after this project, the first 6 months, the temporary rate dropped, absenteeism dropped, increased efficiency, and requests for sick leave decreased by 16% already, the first 6 months. But I wanted to show you this. So someone else, one of the counter arguments is, yeah, you cannot do it in works where you have a shift. You in the metal industry, you can do it only for white collar, but blue collar. This is a good example. I hope you know Lamborghini. Yeah, yes. So Lamborghini in Italy, they started last year. They signed this agreement, collective agreements, affecting almost 3,000 employees, and they adapt this reduction to the workforce. So blue collar in production, blue collar out of production, and white collar. As you can see, they vary a lot. But I will not go through in depth, but so it is possible. They're doing it. They are adapting to the kind of work you're doing. But there is some worker that is working 1 month less per year, maintaining the same level of pay or increasing it. And plus, they are hiring 500 people more because the productivity has been maintained constant or increased. Or is increasing, and they plan to hire 500 people more. Last slide. Very last slide. Do you know her? This is not political. This is just she's doing a good job in my opinion, but this is my opinion. But Spain, as one was mentioning, and maybe someone we will address it later. But is again, okay, France, we have it, and Denmark as well, but Spain now, in the recent years, is the first country to do it again, proposing a legislation to reduce working hours, but also opening a round table with the social partners. And hopefully, from the January next year, you will be working 37.5 hours per week, with the aim to arrive to 32 hours as soon as possible. It is important that, as I showed for Lamborghini, working time reduction schemes are well designed. This is very important. They need to be adapted to the sector, to the workforce, and social partners have to do a very good quality bargaining rounds with strong trade unions. What we can do, we can continue experimenting, doing pilot projects, and showcase the successful examples, because together, social partners, unions, employers, sometimes also progressive politicians, university and research studies, we can together arrive to have this cultural shift, to have this working culture that focus on balance, fairness, and well-being. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the presentation and for having me here. I will just take a few seconds, first of all, to say that I'm going to pay a personal attention to the speed at which I'm talking. However, I will need you in the audience. If at some point you feel that we are not in touch anymore because of the rhythm, you do this. Okay? It's useful for everyone, useful for people online, and like this, it increases the chances that what I'm going to say will be remembered, and that it decreases the chances that you're doing your emails and checking the news. So let's start. I'm going to talk about the health and safety perspective when we talk about flex models. So as of now, it has been mainly about working time reduction, but it's not only this, partly, but not only. If we go back to first, what are we talking about when we talk about flex models? It's about flexible ways of ordering working time, yes, but also location. So workers can adapt and they can take ownership of how they organize and what they do. So it concerns not only not only working time reduction, so 4 days per week, but also telework. And the question is, do this flex model have a positive impact on the physical and mental health of the workers? We have said yes, but there is also a risk. Because, spoiler alert, is not only how we have these settings of allowing this kind of mechanisms is how we do it also. So not only how do we, if we do have 4 days per week, if we do have telework, is how we organize it. It's a word that has been coming up again and again. Work intensification is one of the main risks, not the only one, but one of them. And then when we have identified this risk, the question is like, are we equipped? Are we equipped legally at the moment, at the European level, to address this risk individually and collectively? So if we go back to telework briefly, so as probably you're too young to remember these debates of pre-pandemic, but before pandemic, it was really a luxurious thing that only few really skilled workers could bargain on an individual basis. And then pandemic happened. This is a preventive measures to be sure that we are not exposed, but the way it has been done was not really good because a lot of things have been overlooked, and now it has been structurally a possibility for a lot of people in a lot of sectors. What we do see is that in the literature, research has identified risk pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. We can call it whatever you want. In both cases, we have seen that yes, telework has positive effects when it's done right. However, attention has to be given on the design of the workstation, called ergonomic risk, musculoskeletal disorders, how you're sitting in front of your computers, for how long, the screen, all of this. And also, before we called it long hours, now we call it overwork. Before it was isolation, now it's psychosocial consideration and isolation. And what is really important is, how do we do it right? There is certain things that we need to discuss and we need to assess in companies, in work, before we discuss about telework. And I think to some extent, it's a bit the same when we discuss the 4 days per week. First of all, you need to check the job feature. What is the nature of your tasks? What is the nature of your work? Then you need to look at the organization. What is the culture in your company? Because once again, if all your tasks are teleworkable, or all of that, but there is no question about work intensity, how you do things, being sure that this is manageable, that you have breaks and all of this, that doesn't matter, this will make it fail. Then there is the home and family, which one, once again, about flexibility, we are not all equal. Of course, someone who has an amazing space at home with, I don't know, no kids or kids in school, it's a completely different stories for someone teleworking and having a lot of domestic work and domestic care. And that we have to keep in mind, because we cannot treat workers in the same way or expect the same thing. And then, individual. Some people work better that way, some don't. And this is fine. It's not because people don't expect the same thing that we don't offer the freedom collectively in a structural manner so everyone can. Not everyone have to, but collectively everyone should be able to. So that was just a short slide. You will have it as a sources to remember that even when we talk about telework or all of these things, there is not only mental, which is a shortcut for, it's not only mental application, which, by the way, physical, psychosocial risk also impact physical, that we'll discuss after, but it's also all the risk associated around. So once again, I repeat, but the question of having a good workstation, and why do I say this? It will be important after, because physical and mental risk, when a company decides to put in place flexible models, it remains in the obligation and responsibility of the employer. It's not because it happens far from the site of the employer and co-workers that they are not legally responsible for what is happening. And this is crucial in terms of responsibility and prevention. Then we can move a bit, it has been said a bit, but for the 4 days per week. So of course, there is huge improvements. I mean, we have said this again, when it's done right, there is an improvement of better work-life balance, positive effect also on sleep duration, sleep quality, perceived stress, also improvement in life satisfaction, all of this. So, great. Problem is, if it's work intensification, and we go towards 10 hours per day, or we tell people that they work 4 days, but we don't place them in a situation where they can achieve their work within these 4 days, this happens. So long working hours are correlated with increased instances of sickness, absences, which once again, it's not only for the workers, it's a problem for the company to be functioning. It's a collective issue here. Then low control over working hours, significantly raised both self-certified and medically certified absence rates. So it's not only long working hours, it's how much the workers have the ownership on what they do, the autonomy on how they organize their work, not only how long they work. Then, once again, it's a problem about sleepiness, sleeping disorders, deterioration of physical health, and implication for mental health. Why problem with sleep is important? Because in companies, factories, when you're not aware, you make mistakes. You send an email to the wrong person, fine. You make a mistake on a production line, people might be injured or die. Yes, I sound a bit like dramatic, but this is the case. I mean, not being focused doesn't have the same implication for everyone, but it has some, and we have to be aware of them. Then, association between long working hours and increased risk of cardiovascular diseases, mental health issues, depression, anxiety, and unhealthy behavior, addiction. So it's not because it's only like, once again, the perceive, it's a mental issue, they have physical, quite concrete, direct effect. So this is not just feeling stress. Feeling stressed can lead to heart attack. And the increased risk of accident, as I said. So then, what do we do? Because once again, the problem is telework. It's a freedom. There is no, spoiler alert, there is no directive on telework. There is also, at the moment, nothing mandatory about how, when we decide to go, and if we decide to go to reduce working time, what needs to be discussed, under which condition. So, thing is, and this is just about the risk, once again, the importance is working time control and autonomy. So I just listed here the psychosocial risk factors and environmental risk. And now moving to the law, because I have 2 minutes left, I'm aware. So what do we have is what we call the general principle of prevention. I don't know if you know it because it's quite of a niche directive, but we have something, the directive 89/391 EEC, where there is a general obligation for the employer to assess all risks at work. And when there is a risk, they need to put in place preventive measures. And in these preventive measures is first collective organization of the work. If that doesn't eliminate or reduce the risk, then you go to individual measures. And all the measures that are going to be discussed and adopted has to be done with workers and their representative. It has to be a co-construction. It's consultation, it's information, it cannot be done only by the employer. So huge role here for trade unions and workers. Yes? Great. So, and then what we have, but this is great. This is the display screen directive, basically where there is actually details about what should be provided by the employer in terms of equipment and the environment. Why is it important? It's important in your offices. It's important because we have, since 2002, the framework agreement on telework. It's a bit, outdated. We try to review it. We are failing for now, but keep doing. But still, in this, it said that the employer is responsible for providing, installing, and maintaining the equipment necessary for regular telework. It's also said that all the general principle of prevention and just mentioned apply. And the problem is this is not mandatory. Between you and me, the problem when we see it at the moment is yeah, but telework is not 100%, it's only a couple of days per week. So, we're not going to provide another screen, another desk. Well, actually, yes. If you make the choice to create this, you have to put your worker in good working condition. Otherwise, what happens? You shift the risk. You make the worker individually responsible for something that has been organized collectively. Not okay. We say no to this. And then, because I'm a bit out of time and we can discuss, there is other tools that we can use. This is called the framework agreements. Once again, they are not directive, they're not mandatory, but they are good first bases of information where we can find things. So there'll be the one on stress, workplace bullying, because yes, telework can lead to isolation, all of this. But the one on digitalization is really important because there is a part on the right to disconnect. And here, once again, yes, it's important to have all of this, but it's not because someone is disconnected that they stop working. Really important. Even if we have the 4 days per week, even if we have a right to disconnect, we need to discuss PSR, even if we don't have a directive. We need to discuss what is done at which the autonomy, the work intensity, and the workload. So, as a conclusion, in 12 minutes, right now we have a legislative patchwork. It's a complex narrative, even though we should keep applying simple principles when it comes to the risks. Flex models are organizational choices, and if they are choices, I'm sorry, but then you have to do it right. Otherwise, once again, you shift the risk, you shift the burden, and you put workers in danger. Employers remain responsible, and we need additional legislation. And even though we will have legislation, it's clear we need to collectively organize to be sure that we all have the same protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you. Sorry for me being the working time police today. Do we have a couple of minutes? Anna, I'm looking at you. Okay, great. Because what I liked in both of your presentations was that you bring the subject from the central level back to the workplace level, right? Either through the collective agreements that open up the possibilities, but also the obligations to negotiate this at the company level, because there is no one-size-fits-all solution, right? Am I concluding this right from your... However, I did have a question, because we are talking not entirely just about restricting working time here, because you also worked about other flexible work arrangement, but I do not know that on a lot of our labor market, and I would assume all of our labor market, we also have the need for a right to work as many hours as we can necessary to provide in the livelihoods of people working flex jobs and without predictive working times, and also working more jobs, one person working more jobs, for instance, the working poor. Now, I do not mean to say you should include this necessarily in this subject, but do you feel it's a different subject that we should address as a different issue and that we're not talking about today? Or do you feel that it should also be taken up and included in this debate, discussion, whatever you want to call it? And I think both solutions would be right, but we should be clear on this.
Thank you for these questions. So the two things you mentioned might be related. The one size fits all, I mean, it depends. I very much like the approach Spain is undertaking. I mean, capping to reducing working week to 37.5 for everyone. Then, of course, at a company level, sectoral level, you differentiate according to the sector with collective bargaining involving social partners and quality agreements. You can reduce even more, you can have different arrangements, more flexible. We don't like the word flexible because so far it's been used as a proxy for precarity. So we don't like it very much, but I mean, the mean is correct, to be more flexible in concrete terms. This is okay, but this needs to be regulated by social partners, in our opinion. That is why it's important to have strong unions and strong employers' organizations to collectively bargaining and get agreements for different sectors working place. On the multi-job and the other issue, I don't know if it is a different topic, maybe yes. But in a way, working reduction, it could be a solution, not an obstacle. I mean, the problem there is not, it's not that people want to work more. I don't know anyone who wants to work more, honestly. They work more because they do not make ends meet. because the salary is too low. So maybe we need, of course, this is maybe I forgot to do it in my intervention. Together with working time reduction policies or agreements, we need transition policies, and we need better wage policies with improving the working life also by avoiding people work 2 jobs to be able to provide for their families. So this is important. Wages, labor market policies, and of course working time reduction, as seen as a holistic approach, not only addressing by this. And I show it in the slides, but this could help, working time reduction could help in this sense, because lowering the standards, the working week standards, the standard working week, sorry, it could of course rebalance also this situation where people work 32 hours per week and still have time to do other stuff. It will decrease, for instance, the income disparities, because people, for instance, they have more time to spend with their children without paying the people who can afford a babysitter. They have more time to do leisure, to work, to do the workplace instead of commuting with public transportations. And for the gender equality agenda, this is in the Netherlands. I know that most of the women are in the part-time work condition. Lowering the standards for everyone will also increase the possibility for men to take care of children or household in general, and this will give more opportunity to rebalance the gender perspective, either for gender employment gap and for the gender pay gap.
Would you like to add to it, or would you like a question?
I will just briefly say, because I think it has been addressed, but for the one size fits all, I think to some extent, yes, there is one. But let me explain. It's like having methods that then allows for individual discussion. It's a bit when we play a sport game. There is like rules for everyone, and then how the teams play it depends to them. It's a bit the same here. We need to have collective rules, a legal frame, to be sure that some things are discussed in a mandatory manner. How the actors take ownership on them, apply them, be it. But still, we need the same rules for everyone. And then about the precarity, I think this is also what is said. The reason why the 4 days per week has to come with maintain of wage and good wages. This is a battle that we have to fight here in order to avoid precarity and the need to go for multiple jobs. And why I think it's a separate but related one. As you have understood, I'm a researcher, so maybe I'm a statistician, but when there is a fragmentation of jobs from health and safety perspective, there is a dilution of responsibility, and we place workers in risk that when they're exposed, no one will be held responsible. And this is a huge issue. So, yeah.
Thank you. Great metaphor, the sports metaphor. Do we have a question for the speakers from the audience, or?
There is one over there.
Again, in the back, behind the pillar.
And while the mic is going there,
Why
especially-
are you behind the pillar?
and just saying, for everyone in the room, if you feel a bit shy and you want to reach out later, feel free to do
Yes.
so. Huh?
Well, it seems to be working, no? But
Yeah,
kind of,
please.
yeah.
I think you need to come here a little bit, because
Yeah,
then you'll
because
be
you-
in focus
Okay.
of the camera that's for the online.
Oh God.
lookers.
Okay. My question is to Odd. So I'm wondering if you can speak to the question of supervision and control in the impact and its impact on health and safety for people who work at home, right? Because I could see both tight supervision. So, for example, if everything, when you log on to your computer, it is centrally registered, right? Your tasks are very specified. Your working hours are also clearly specified. You have to be there at a particular hour, but I don't know, you have screaming kids in the background, right? So this, I could see how this kind of tighter supervision can lead to stress, but I can also see how the opposite leads to stress, which is we just expect you to hand in the project by the end of day, and you need to somehow manage to get it done, right? So I'm wondering if there is any if you have any information on how different kind of regimes of supervision and control, or like how this telework is implemented, right? What the impact is on individual health.
Thank you very much for the question. So first of all, I think trust is something that is heavily beneficial, but then it's a question of balance, compromise, and nuances. So when you're teleworking, the advantage of it is having part of flexibility. However, as you said, supervision or just the need to be in touch with colleagues when you work on projects, there is way you can decide of core hours, for example. So you can organize and be taking care of the kids or, I don't know, the pets screaming in the back, no discrimination here. But at the same time, you know that if you have a question, if you need collective time, this is set for 2 to 3 hours that is agreed before. So once again, I think this is something of more of a nuance and balanced approach, but let's be clear, trust is key. Autonomy is key, and it doesn't mean not working in collaboration and talking and respecting one another. And I don't think micromanagement and supervision is a solution to this.
Thank you. A moment of order. It's 11 o'clock now, and we had our continue for the next session. Yes, thank you very much. Well, thank you.
Well, we continue with the agenda. As you can see, the level of our speaker is, excellent. No, it's a new approach, very interesting. And we say thank you so much because you opened the discussion about this issue. And right now we have the opportunity to introduce Jorge Tubio. Jorge is the director of a prestigious organization. It's called PRL Innovación. You see, our project is INNOVAWORKING project, and the organization is PRL Innovación. Then we have many things in common, no? This organization is focused on health and safety at national level and international level. They offer a new perspective about, health and safety, flexible working time arrangement, and then we have a great opportunity to learn. No? Jorge, he has a degree in business administration at the University of Granada, more than 15 years in international and national experience. Well, you can see before, Cefalio mentioned the connection between those kind of flexible working arrangement and health and safety. Then we have a great opportunity. Thank you so much, Jorge. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me with the mic. Yep, perfect. So thank you very much, Anna. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in this university. I'm really enjoying the day here today. And I mean, the program, it has been put together so well. And I'm really pleased to be presenting after you guys. Because, like to see the point of view from the trade unions in flexible work, and now to have the opportunity to give the point of view from the employees organizations, I think it's going to resonate a lot, and maybe it's the beginning of like a close friendship or something beautiful is going to start here today, because you will see that my presentation is going to resonate a lot, especially with your part. All right, so I work in an organization called PRL Innovación, which PRL stands for Health and Safety, and Innovación for Innovation, right? And our goal is to bring innovation into the fields of health, safety, and well-being. And I'm lucky enough to be working really closely with managers, directors, supervisors from top companies here in Spain that are covering these areas, health and safety. These are an example of a few of the companies that are our members. All of them, they are companies with more than 500 employees. And altogether, these 300 companies, our members, they employ over 1,200,000. So in order to achieve all our goals, we are organized in different working groups, and we are covering topics like corporate well-being, mental health, ergonomics, or, for example, how the technology is impacting in our work and also in our life. Especially, after the pandemic, the topic that we are covering here today, the flexible work, it has been like a central key thing to analyze in our association, because flexible work has come here to stay. But we need first to define what we understand flexible work it is. Flexible work for us is when the person can choose when, where, and how to work. If you are working 9 to 5, like a fixed regime, Monday to Friday, from your office, this is traditional, standard way of working. But if you are replicating that in your home, this is not flexible work. This is also traditional work, but you are working in some place else, all right? So we are focusing in the other part, in the part that we empower the person to decide. But if the company, but also the employees, the worker, want to benefit from this flexible work, the company needs to provide a proper framework. A framework in which the company offers flexibility that match the needs of the workers. But also they need to put other things to make this framework work. Like, for example, governance, compliance. That means, the rules of the game. But also the company needs to provide resources. Managers need to be trained. Also employees, workers need to be trained how to work in this new environment. And then, which is really important, what Odd also mentioned, we need to build trust. We need to create the environment in which workers, they are going to feel committed. They are going to meet a milestone, they are going to do their project, they are going to be happy working in the company. So let's take a closer look to this framework. First, flexibility. I have put here some example of flexibility. Those are really easy, and pretty much any company can offer that to their employees. It doesn't really need to be like a big corporation. Like stuff like a flexible schedule, allowing people to decide when to work, when to finish, when to take a break. Help also with other things like, for example, allowing them to work from home when they decide to do it. Or, for example, extended maternity or paternity leave, breastfeeding support, etc., etc. All these things are really cost-effective, and it creates a proper engagement of the employee towards the company. There are many proof that these things are actually helping to improve productivity, decrease absenteeism, and so on. What else? Governance and compliance. The company needs to put the rules of the game from the top to the bottom, because flexibility doesn't necessarily mean anarchy. So the company needs to provide the framework, the legal framework, and it has to be crystal clear for everyone. But also the company needs to provide all the resources, like the proper equipment, the laptop, chair, table, and everything. But I think it's equally important that the company needs to train the employees to understand how the work station needs to look. Because, flexibility, again, it doesn't mean that you are working laying bed in your sofa or in your bed or in a small room with poor ventilation and no windows, because we all have seen that. I mean, in the last year, the amount of Teams, Zoom meetings that we all have, I have seen everything, and that it's not flexible work. We need to have like a proper space, because otherwise, things can happen, like Odd said, that can put on risk employees, And together, the company with the worker, they need to assess the place and put some improvement if it is necessary. Then, remote team management. It's really important that not only manager, all line of managers, supervisor, manager, director, they need to be trained to overcome all the new challenges that are coming because of this new way of working. But also employees, workers, they need to understand also as well that this new way of working, it comes with different rules. So this training goes both ways. And to succeed, everything has to come together. managers with employees, they need to work together and set the goal and task together. Obviously, you know, if the employee, the worker is involved in designing all the tasks and goal, it's gonna take it like their own, no? And they are gonna pursue it and succeed and go together with the manager. Also, very important, communication. As you guys know, most of the problems are related to human factor and also communication. We need to set how the communication is going to be, because we are going to have people working in different time zones, in different schedule. You are expecting the answer, but the answer is not coming. The manager is expecting this, that. This is a problem that we need to openly talk within the team and set the rules and the boundaries. But also to make clear which are going to be the channels for the communication. Like, for example, you know, the channel is going to be Slack, it's going to be Teams, it's going to be, this is the official channel. Are we going to have one channel that is non-official for, you know, like for fun, just to connect between, like, for example, are we going to have a WhatsApp group or something like that? These kind of things, it looks really simple, but it has to be put on place. Otherwise, problem will arise. Delegate and trust. Managers, they need to learn that, you know, even if the person is not sitting in the same room with you, you are able to delegate. You have to empower people. But also the employee has to stand up and take the responsibility and try to grow and take all these challenges together. And the company, obviously, like we said before in the previous slide, the company needs to provide all the means, all the resources, all the technology and devices to facilitate this communication. But the company also needs to provide personal connections. From time to time, the company needs to facilitate that the team is going to get together physically. And it has, you know, you can use many different excuses to put the team together. Like, for example, you know, like there is a milestone along the project, or to celebrate some achievement, or for example, for trainings, or just to have fun, just for building the, you know, team building or these kind of things. But it's really important, this last part, you know, people need to get together from time to time. Otherwise, you know, people start to disconnect, disengage, and the emotional attachment in teams is key to succeed. So if we got all this together, and obviously manager needs to lead with respect, we are going to have the commitment, we are going to build the trust, and the company can achieve many things. We have seen that companies that they have this kind of framework, they are benefiting from, for example, you know, increase of productivity, decreasing of absenteeism, but also people are like more implicated. They are bringing innovation on the table. We have new products, new services, or even new processes. People are enjoying, people are, you know, like the new generation, especially, you know, they need to feel emotional attachment to what they are doing, right? Otherwise, you know, you just find the next project. And these kind of frameworks allows to achieve this result. But now we need to address the elephant in the room, which is the digital balance, okay? I like to talk about digital balance and not about digital detox or unplugging, because digital balance, for me, it's, the definition is like a healthy relationship with technology. That's what we all should try to achieve, to know where and how to put the limits in the use of technology, the use of social media, and so on. No? Because if we are talking about digital data, that means that you are intoxicated and you need to stop. That, sadly, that's what's happening to most of the society right now. No? We are super addicted to all kind of technology. So companies, together with us, with people, we need to take one step and see that we have a problem with technology and teach ourselves to know how to take the breaks. Because technology has come here to support our lifestyle, not to create a new burden or move us towards some kind of burnout, okay? So in the end of the day, it's really simple. It's to try to balance the screen time with the other activity with your face-to-face relationship, sport, and your things, you know. But sadly, there is something that we really need to tackle, because if we don't achieve this digital balance, and this is going to be like a huge problem in the next year, I have the own theory that this is just a personal input, okay? Nowadays, you see like everyone is so addicted to the telephone, to the tablet and everything. Before, in the old days, I loved to travel, go to take a plane, because every time that, you know, I was flying, I was sitting with someone and started to talk and make new friends. These things doesn't happen anymore, you know. You just see every time that someone is commuting with the AirPods, just listening to their own thing. And how many people, for example, here in this room, are you guys every day, the last thing that you do is to check your phone before going to sleep, and the first thing that you do is to check your phone, you just wake up. So this is something that is a problem for our society, and we all need together to get together. Companies, trade unions, but especially individuals. We need to really tackle that, because if the change doesn't come from ourselves, it's going to be difficult. And the problem from not having this digital balance is that we lose all the pros, the connectivity, the productivity, the access to all the knowledge that there is. It's become totally the opposite. It becomes that hyperconnectivity. How many of you have had your computer with 20 tabs open, and 10 or 15 of these tabs are work-related, 2 or 3, it's the newspaper, other is Amazon because you want to buy this and that and that. I mean, it's happened to all of us. How many, and while you are doing that, how many notifications have you gotten in your smartphone? Message phone from Teams, WhatsApp, this and that. I mean, how come are you gonna concentrate? How come are you gonna work? How come are you gonna disconnect if you are not setting boundaries between your personal and work life? It's just impossible. So we really need to do something with digital balance and avoid this hyperconnectivity, the open windows syndrome, to be overwhelmed with all the information that there is, and the addiction. Because the consequences of that, it's lack of concentration, isolation. People, they just don't want to go out. I have a kid, 15 years old. I see that, you know, some of his friends, they are isolated. They just don't want to go anywhere. They are not motivated to do any sport, nothing. It's like, I feel like we are losing part of one generation now. But also it has an impact in our health. If the last thing that you do before going to sleep is grab your phone, and the first thing that you do is the same, your rest is going to be really, really poor. You're not properly resting. And this is going to impact in your sleep, in your rest, but also in your physical. You are going to have some fatigue. You are not want to do some sport. These things lead to another things. And for example, you know, the emotional impact, mental health. And in our opinion, mental health is one of the key issues that we need to address. In the end of the day, if you are working for a company or working for yourself, at least you spend 30% of your time working, right? So companies, they should have the social responsibility to help. No? And they need to create the proper working environment that is not going to create you more problems or more mental health issues. The company needs to try to reduce as much as possible these kind of issues that can create. So before even the company try to put in place some well-being programs, some actions, some team buildings, all these nice action that the company they are trying to do to improve mental health, companies, they need to, in a regular basis, do a psychosocial risk assessment. That means that the company needs to check frequently if they are exposing their employees, their worker, to different risk factors related to psychosocial, okay? So in our project, in our association, our non-profit organization, we have created one new instrument to do this assessment, because we were checking all the assessment tools that there are on the market, and we have identified that pretty much all of them, they were done in the late 90s, early 2000s, no? And the society has changed, right? It's not the same perception towards risk, the perception that we have nowadays, as the perception that the society had like 25 years ago, right? Especially for the new risk that has emerged after the pandemic, everything related to what we are talking about right now, flexible work. So we need an instrument that can measure, assess how we are, how the company is impacting our mental health because we are doing this flexible work. So we have designed one instrument that is obviously updated to the with the society of in which we are living right now, but also allows to assess different companies taking in consideration the industry or the sector they are operating in. Because it's not the same if you are working in a restaurant or if you are working in an office or if you are working from home or if you are working in a factory. So in order to properly assess the psychosocial risk factors, we have created this instrument that recognizes the different and how unique are these sectors. And we are also trying to because all the companies that are part of Perrel Innovación are international companies, and they want to have one tool that can be used not only in Spain. This project started in Spain like a Spanish project, but now it's evolving to be like international project because all these companies, they want to evaluate this psychosocial risk in other countries and do some benchmarking between countries, okay? So this is pretty much our value proposition with this new instrument. And these are the activity and sector that we are assessing right now individually. And this is the factor that we are assessing. Some of them are the factors we are all familiar with, but I have underlined the new factors or factors that they have now, they are more related to the topic that we are covering today, and also factors that we think that are not properly covered by other instruments. And this is in the moment that we are right now, when we finish the research and we publish the paper. We have a sample of 7,000 people participating. Right now, it's over 40,000. More than 50 large companies have participated. It's done with the University of Barcelona. Also, we have an IT partner, but we have done it. It was a really collaborative project because we have the help of all these institutions. We have here, as you can see, maybe you don't know all the companies, but here are the most important banks, insurance company, telco, utilities, universities, telco, hotel chains, food and beverage. There is one labor union. There is institution, there is foundations. I mean, it's really a collective project that we have put together to design this tool. So this is pretty much what I wanted to share with you today. I don't know if there is any question.
Thank you so much, Jorge, for your presentation. As you can see, he has a large experience in this issue, and we have time only a couple of minutes because, you know, the agenda is relevant.
Coffee is waiting, no?
Yeah, coffee is waiting. I'm not sure if the audience has a question. Out, please. Microphone? No, we have to.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I really like the second approach, and you like to develop a bit more how then the factors impact differently, like the factors impact different sectors. However, not a question, but also a comment. I think we have to be extremely careful when we come into the individual narrative of like the worker is the one in charge and having a choice in being overwhelmed with tabs, and it's a matter of habits and resilience when you come to digital things. It has been said also in the first thing of like even working time reduction with voluntary companies, big companies doing this, great, but it doesn't reflect the reality of the market for a enormous number of workers that for them, labor relations, it's an imbalance of power, it's subordination link. So we cannot just ask, basically, individually people to just step up and change their behavior. We need to place them in a situation to do it. And if it has not been done, it's because there is predictive expectation and pressure. So just a general comment here, we have to remind ourselves that this is a reality, that the workers are not free to do whatever they want, that there are pressure on them, and the only way to have a better balance in discussion is collective organization. Thank you.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. I totally agree with everything that you said, but what I tried to explain here is a framework that you don't go from overnight from 0 to 100, but everything and everyone has to be involved at the same level. And sometimes I feel that, you know, this sense of parenthood that the company has towards the employees, that it's a bit tricky, you know. I would like the company needs to train, needs to show the way, needs to give all the resources, but not to be the parenthood of the situation, no? This is my opinion, at least.
Well, more questions? It seems that not. Well, thank you so much. We have a break for the coffee time, and we see you in 15 minutes, and we try to comply with the agenda. Thank you.
University College Dublin School of Business, which has been a member of a European Research Council project. Her research interests include health policy and employment relations. Thank you so much for both of you for being here, and when you want, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, and I'm really glad to be here again. I think the last time around was a long time ago and in this very room. So, presenting the Irish case study, we will see that innovative organizations of work through working time flexibility and remote, hybrid or blended work are current trends in the two sectors we are investigating. However, developments are not necessarily driven by social dialogue or industrial relations in that context, and that mirrors the interrelation between a somewhat conservative approach to flexible work on the one hand, and a mainly voluntarist industrial relations system peppered by corporatist elements. And interestingly, there's still room for innovation in both dimensions, considering specific sectors. Now I'll see whether this works. Yes. This slide shows you the overview of the structure of our presentation. And now let's get stuck in. How does Irish employment legislation enable or hinder innovative working practices? So working times in Ireland have been and still are longer on average than in other Western European countries, averaging 35.1 hours a week presently, and that has gone up since 2023 already, yeah? So that's interesting. The legislative framework is far from spectacular, as you can see on the slide. So the Organizational Working Time Act and the Parental Leave Act implement the Working Time Directive and the I also meant to put the flexible work-life balance directive on the slide, but you have to imagine that. Okay, the transposition of the work time directive allows for registered employment agreements, and I'll explain that on the next slides, to provide more flexibility, but just so that you know it's not used very widely. Parental leave has now been extended to 9 weeks, wow. And there's paid leave for victims of domestic violence, and we have 5 days of unpaid care leave, so that's not very much. We also have rights to request part-time and flexible work on several occasions. And in the interest of time, I'll let you read the slide by yourself. And when it comes to remote work and blended work, and we are firmly in the area of soft law. There are codes of practice of the government, proposes to employers to allow requesting remote work and flexible working time. And with this, the government intends to create 20% flexible work. Now, all these are individual rights. And the exception provided for in the Organizational Working Time Act is used very sparingly. And on top of that, flexible working time, remote work are not generally the subject of negotiation at company level in the workplace. And this is related to the industrial relations concept in Ireland, which, as a piece of colonial baggage from the United Kingdom, is based on voluntarism. First and foremost, that means that employers do not have to bargain with a trade union. Any representation of workers at the level of the company, to put it more positively, is dependent on the strength of the trade unions, who need to convince the employer to recognize them. Irish legislation, the Trade Union Act, specifies that licensed trade unions who have 1,000 members over 18 months, and some other specification, and accepted bodies can negotiate and represent workers at the workplace. It was Ryanair who achieved a victory in 2007 before the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court overruled a labor court judgment telling Ryanair, yes, you may negotiate with a staff committee which you created yourself. However, it was a Pyrrhic victory because the legislator stepped in and created the Industrial Relations Act 2015, which states that accepted bodies must be independent of the employer. Plus, if an employer doesn't engage, then there's a mechanism for the labor court to improve recommended dispute resolution. Now that's workers' presentation at the workplace, and I'm dwelling on that because it means we do not have works council in most workplaces. Collective agreements under a voluntarist approach are not generally binding and not legally binding at all, and the extension is the exception, not the rule. They tend to be limited also to traditional aspects, pay and working time, and that's related to less limited representation at workplace level. I mentioned one institution already, the labor court. It's basically an industrial relation court which resolves disputes and normally issues recommendations, although recently they have been given some competence to do other things. The Workplace Relation Commission, which will also be mentioned by Mary in her presentation, is a compulsory arbitration institution for collective bargaining, but also their recommendations aren't binding. And in addition, it has competences to enforce individual rights. So it's really complicated, and there we go. Is Ireland really voluntarist? As a foreigner, I am allowed to say, well, not really, because as early as 1946, the Industrial Relations Act introduced registered employment agreements and joint labor committees, which are actually registered employment agreements were meant to be extensions of collective agreements, and joint labor committees are established in sectors where pay levels and other elements are not properly negotiated because they are under-unionized. Now, these institutions have been contested, and did I mention that Ryanair also contested them, but the most important cases were brought by others. And these two cases I've listed here said, well, actually, Irish constitutional law does not recognize intermediate powers such as collective bargaining and the labor court as a prolonged arm as a collective bargaining. So the practice that registered employment agreements are issued by the labor court with general application was considered unconstitutional. And also the establishment of joint labor commissions, labor committees got some limitations. Now, again, the legislator did something in 2015, a very important year for Irish collective labor law, and it legislated that registered employment agreements were only valid inter partes. They had no general direct effect, which means we did not have extension properly. And however, the Industrial Relations Act also introduced the ability of the labor court through the joint labor committees to issue EROs, employment regulation orders, which are generally binding. Both these instruments now have to be approved by Parliament on initiative of the Minister. So the latest in this story is a report of the LEEF, that's the Labour and Employee Economic Forum, a tripartite corporatist mechanism which has been tasked to revise Irish collective labor law under the leadership of Michael Doherty. Now, the result is that, first of all, employers should be under an obligation to negotiate with trade unions who represent more than 10% of the workers. So that is really an inroad into voluntarism. And plus, there will be obligations of the employers to actually engage with bargaining in the context of joint labor committees, because at the moment they can just boycott the joint labor committee and no employment regulation order will ever be issued, and that's changing. So the joint labor court can then. Is this changing? We have election in 29th of November. So before that, nothing is changing. More concerningly, the Advocate General of Ireland, Rosas Fanning, has given advice to the government, which is undisclosed, that the LEF recommendations are anti-constitutional. But it's not very difficult to guess why it's anti-constitutional. It's the same line which was done in the cases of 2011 and 2013. No intermediate power and a suspicion against collective bargaining. So, with that, we would expect that, go further please, there we go. We have no tradition of limiting the employer's prerogative to consultation locally. We have limited collective bargaining coverage, well below the goals established by the Minimum Wage Directive. Yet the advice I mentioned says we don't need to do anything. Footnote, probably because the Minimum Wage Directive says 2025 is the earliest you need to do something. Yeah. And secondly, because the Minimum Wage Directive is under contestation before the Court of Justice. And probably he hopes that's going to go blown up anyway. So that seems to indicate limited innovative contribution of industrial relations system. But Mary will tell you that actually that's not the case. And in our case studies, we found quite a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, that one.
Embarrassment over to the mics here. Thank you very much for the generosity. So thanks, Dagmar.
I think this one here works.
Oh, great. Okay. Mic's sorted. So, I mean, I better switch to my slides. Now, we might be slightly stretching the term innovation when we talk about the measures that we looked at in our case study. I'll get to that in a second, but we have had some innovation, as Dagmar said. And to understand this, we apply the power resources approach. So this is a theoretical framework which assumes that to defend its interests, labor basically relies on different sources of power. So we have structural power, which comes from labor's position in the labor market. So do you have a scarcity of certain skills? Is employment high? Then associational power comes from workers pooling their individual strengths and capacities in a collective organization. So associational resources would be things like your union density, your membership in a particular workplace. Are your members willing to act? Institutional power is based on established rights, either in collective negotiation, or sorry, in collective agreements, legislation, or government policy. And then discursive power would come from actors' ability to generate support for their goals. Can people hear me without this? Am I too quiet without it? Okay, we'll do our best. So a discursive power resource might be something like a societal norm or a shared symbolic story that aligns with the trade union's demands. So if there's underlying support, for example, for gender equality, then that can help union demands for closing the gender pay gap. So discursive power comes from things like this, and it's maybe a little bit more diffuse. So all of these power resources, to a certain extent, played a role in the measures that we're going to discuss in our case studies. So in the higher education sector, we looked at the blended working pilot that was negotiated in University A. So in 2021, all Irish universities developed blended or hybrid working pilots coming out of the pandemic for administrative and professional staff. So these were staff that had never had access to remote work before the pandemic. And SIP2, the union negotiating with the university, polled their members who wanted a 50-50 split of remote working. But initially, management only proposed 20%. But through external negotiations, the union eventually got this to 40%. So it's not that the content of the measure is specifically innovative, but what we're really focused on is how, through a sustained campaign of struggle, the union were able to bring this agreement up to the sectoral standard. And then we also looked at retail banking. And in that sector, we looked at the carers leave policy in Bank B. So Bank B offer 10 days of paid carers leave annually. So this was negotiated by the bank and the Financial Services Union, and this is the most generous carers leave policy currently available in Ireland. So it mightn't, I don't know how it scores internationally, but this is the best that is available for any workers in Ireland at the moment. And it also is more generous in that it encompasses dependents beyond family relationships. So friends, neighbours can also rely on this where they have to provide medical care for someone other than a relative. So how did unions achieve these measures? Well, in University B, we saw institutional power playing a role in that at the local level, trade unions don't have that much power in universities. They're only recognised for consultation purposes. But Irish law, as Dagmar mentioned, allows unions to go to the WRC, or the Workplace Relations Commission, to negotiate more or less binding agreements where there's a local impasse. So as well as availing of this institutional power resource, once they were at the WRC, SIPTU's position was strengthened by structural power. So Ireland is at full employment at the moment. There's a shortage of professional and administrative staff, and workers were already leaving University A in favour of other universities that were offering much higher allowances for remote work. So, you know, you could have up to 100% remote work in other workplaces. And the union's position was also strengthened by associational resources. So members' dissatisfaction with the pilot project, the cap of 20% remote work, was actually driving growth not only in membership but also participation. And workers' willingness to act on this issue put further pressure on the university and helped the union to get the agreement over the line to 40%. Then turning to the retail banking measure and the carers leave. In retail banking, terms and conditions are negotiated along with pay, which might not seem unusual, but this isn't the case in higher education. So this structural feature meant that unions can extract concessions on issues like paid carers leave in exchange for small concessions on their pay claim. So they might take 0.5% off their pay claim, which, you know, the employer was never going to 100% concede to their pay claim anyway, but they might have a bit of flexibility and be able to offer something like paid carers leave. Associational power is considerable for the Financial Services Union and Bank B. Their density is approaching 60%, which in Ireland in the private sector is really unusual. And it's this high density that's actually allowed the FSU to negotiate sector-leading standards in this bank that then have been followed in other retail banks in Ireland. So, you know, they've set the standard with the carers leave. They're also the first bank to introduce fully paid parents leave. And discursive power also played a role in that Bank B, and we're using Bank B and University A because Ireland is so small that if I gave you the name of the bank, it would be very easier for you to actually identify the people that we spoke to. So that's why we have to use these very creative pseudonyms. So discursive power is important because this is a bank that really flags itself in its public messaging as a family-centred bank that cares about families and cares about well-being. And so the union was able to challenge the bank and say, you know, we want you to go beyond virtue signalling and tokenistic gestures and actually implement policies that make a measurable difference to workers' lives. So just to conclude, some general observations that emerged from our interviews. We really saw that Irish workers are very attached to hybrid working. These were workers that had never had experience of this before. And the experience of hybrid working led to a broader reconsideration of work-life balance. And we're seeing workers being more open to and more willing to demand more innovative working policies that go beyond remote. We also saw the most generous or the most innovative policies emerge where management and worker priorities were aligned. This is partly related to discursive power in that unions were able to push where employers basically stories about themselves aligned with unions' demands. It was easier for unions to push things over the line. But it's not only related to discursive power, particularly in relation to carers leave. We think that union power certainly plays a role, but also the extent of management generosity probably depends on the extent to which they have flexibility and reserve and how committed they are to actually retaining workers long term. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Nuria Ramos. I'm really delighted.
No, switch off.
Switch off on the micro. No.
No, you can talk in this one. You cannot talk in two.
Okay. Okay. I didn't say it. I'm delighted to introduce Nuria Ramos. She has been researcher at the Research Center in Labor Law and Professional Relations of the University of Paris-Nanterre, and she visited the Amsterdam Center for International Law Hugo Zinheimer Institute as a Marie Curie Fellow. Now she's labor law professor at University of Salamanca, and she's going to give us a practical view over two countries, France and the Netherlands. Thank you so much, Nuria.
Thank you, Isier, for the introduction. This is still Ireland. We need to open the other one. Okay, I think. Yeah. So, let's try. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to present here two case studies on flexible working arrangements and reduction of working time in two countries, in France and the Netherlands. First of all, I would like to start with France. France has been mentioned already a couple of times, no, because it's one of the countries that has been pioneer on implementing through legislation a reduction of working time. This was done not only through one piece of legislation, there were several laws involved. I mentioned here the two main laws, the Aubry law of the first one adopted in 1998 and the second one adopted in 2000. There are other legislations also involved here related to taxation and also to reduction of social security contributions of companies adopting these 35 maximum hours weekly working time. Also, I mentioned here in the slides another legislation that I think is also important in the context of this research project, which is the legislation dealing with establishing a right to disconnect. France is also a pioneer in adopting legislation recognizing this right for all employees. And it has been mentioned, the European Commission might pass a new directive, but we still don't know if that will be the case. But in France, this is already recognized. And all this legislation, the one on reduction of working time and the one on the right to disconnect, are now included in the labor code in France, le Code du Travail. And the legal intervention to reduce working time in France. As I said, France has adopted legislation aiming to reduce the maximum weekly working time to 35 hours per week. The main goals, of course, was to try to reduce unemployment, because the idea is if we work less hours, there might be more possibilities for hiring new employees, and also, obviously, to promote a better work-life balance for employees in France. These laws provide social partners with plenty of freedom, and they have more negotiation autonomy, more negotiation freedom on how to actually implement this reduction of working time, also more flexibility in calculating working time annually, and important also because one of my case study deals with managerial staff, les cadres, how the French call it. There is an exception for that group of workers, which is divided in three categories. I'm not going to explain all the details because it's too complex, but once the case study is published, you can find the information there. There is an exception for them. The Aubry legislation do not apply to them completely. It applies to some part of them, but in a different way. The key elements of the working time reduction was a substantial decrease in legal working hours. The maximum legal weekly working time is 35 hours. As I said, increased autonomy for the social partners, reduced taxation contributions for those companies actually applying that reduction, and more flexibility for companies, also company agreements to how to arrange working time. Important, when you start discussing this or thinking about this, you think of France as the sample. But keep in mind that that is the maximum legally established working hours. But in France, still, Eurostat, the statistics said that is still higher, no, in many sectors. So French people are not actually, in many cases, working 35 hours. They are working between 36 and 39 or even 40 for the managers, of course, even higher than 40. So that is the reality. And work-life balance, important, as I said, in France we have the right to disconnect. It's included since 2017 in the labor code. The main goal, obviously, is to ensure that employee has a right to disentangle from work during non-working hours and promote the work-life balance of workers. There is a very strong recognition of this right. It's completely forbidden for managers or for employees to send or reply emails after working hours. I have talked with some colleagues who have family members who work for French company, and they say, yeah, but sometimes my wife is working on the weekend and is waiting until 8 o'clock to send the email. So, I mean, how can you really implement this in practice is another issue, you know? Okay. Industrial relations, that is also part of our study, no? How industrial relations and collective bargaining are organized in France. There is an active role of the states. It's a clear intervention, traditionally the same as in Spain, in how to regulate the system of collective bargaining. And since the 80s, there have been several reforms. I cannot explain all of them. I need 2 hours for that. Trying to reform collective bargaining in France and trying mainly to prioritize company-level agreements. So there is a clear trend to decentralization of collective bargaining in France. Here in France, we find a paradox, and the paradox, which is not unique in France, but is that collective bargaining coverage is quite high. It's one of the highest in the OECD countries, 40% in the private sector, and 94% in the private sector, and 98% in the for public, if we include public enterprises. But that is coupled with very low trade union density, around 9%. So how you explain this? Of course, the explanation is that in France, like in other countries, and there is a very extensive general use of administrative extension of collective agreements. So companies or companies in the sector need to apply the collective agreement. For the public sector, important just to mention that for the public sector, collective bargaining rules are different, because the status of civil servants. There has been an increase in the number of issues that it can be negotiated also in the public sector after the Bercy Agreement of 2008, and there has been a sort of extension of the right to collective bargaining for civil servants and workers in the public sector. But this is a very specific, different system of collective bargaining that I also don't have the time to explain. About the Netherlands. Well, in the Netherlands, I'm not going to tell all legislation that is relevant that we mentioned in the report, but I would like to mention one piece of legislation, which is the 2006 Law on Flexible Working, Wet Flexibel Werken. And this empowers employees to request an adjustment of their working time. It can be an extension of the working time, or it can be a reduction of the working time to improve. One of the reasons, of course, is to improve the work-life balance of employees. In 2021, there was also a legal proposal from several political parties that was brought to the parliament, and it was called Working Where You Want, Werken waar je wilt. But this one, the aim was to give more freedom to employees to decide on their work-life balance or the place where they wanted to work. But this one was rejected by the Dutch parliament. About about the law on flexible working. I'm not going to explain all the conditions, but of course, this right to request a reduction and adjustment of your working time is under certain conditions. No? The request must be in written. It has to be presented 2 months before you actually want to change your working time. You need to explain the distribution of the working hours. And if you have made a request and it has been granted or not, you cannot make a new one until 1 year has elapsed. And the idea is that the employer has to look at it carefully, and it has to consider it in good faith. So it's very difficult to say no to this kind of request in the Dutch case. There is some case law on this. But of course, it's possible in some cases if the employer can put forward some significant business of service-related various reasons to deny that request. But in most cases, this kind of requests go through. And important is that in any case, what the employer can do is change the proposed distribution of working hours. It's more difficult to deny the shortening or the lengthening of the hours, but the distribution for business reasons can be adjusted. This is not applying fully to small companies, to small and medium undertakings, and also Article 2 of this law on flexible work provides flexibility for deviations from the standard regulation under certain conditions through collective agreements or company agreements. Important, this was not introduced in 2016. It was better regulated, but this right of requesting an adjustment of working time exists since 2000. So the Netherlands was one of the first countries with Germany that introduced this right. I think this right also helps and fits with the long-standing part-time working culture that I still say we have in the Netherlands, because I'm also that sure. So apart from that, there are plenty of other measures related to flexible working time arrangements. They are mainly regulated in collective bargaining agreements. For example, the ATFS, this is quite interesting. It's not regulated by legislation, but it's included in many collective agreements. And this means that if in your contract your maximum weekly working time is 38 hours and you work 40 regularly many weeks, then you sort of save these 2 hours, and then you can have additional rest time. So you can have some sort of holiday days. It's not holiday, it's safe rest time. No? So this is regulated in the last years in many collective agreements in the Netherlands. It's called arbeidstijdverkorting. No? If Clara would correct me. Work-life balance, telework, and the right to disconnect in the Netherlands. Well, I think the law on flexible working has been quite effectively implemented in the Netherlands, because there is also this widespread, fits with this widespread culture of part-time work. More than 70% of women work part-time, more than 40% of men work also part-time. Women work less hours than men, of course. And in several collective agreements, there is also a recognition of the right to disconnect. It's not legally established, but it's included in many collective agreements. But from the interview, we heard that the trade union representative thinks that there is a lack of awareness, especially on the employees, on that they have this right to disconnect from work. And I think something that is also very important, it has also been said before, the COVID-19 crisis has got a major impact on the Dutch way of working. Because telework or working from home became the norm, and since then the workplaces are adapting more and more to hybrid, not fully teleworking or remote work, but more hybrid forms of work. It's existed before, but it now is widespread, and there is this perception that people have a sort of right to telework. No, they have the right to request telework. But also in many collective agreements, there are now provisions regulating telework in the Netherlands. Collective bargaining in the Netherlands. Well, in the Netherlands, there, apart from the trade unions, main trade unions confederation, the FNV and the CNV, we also have the employers' organization, of course, but there are also some consultancy advisory bodies which play a very important role. One is the National, the Stichting van de Arbeid, the Foundation of Labor, that is a national consultancy body. And also the social, I wrote it in Spanish, the Economic and Social Council, the Social Economische Raad. Works Council also play an important role because in the Netherlands we have a sort of co-decision system. They play a very important role. They are involved in corporate decision making, and all companies with more than 50 employees have to have a work council. So they also play an important role, and there is a clear also decentralization of collective bargaining in the last years in the Netherlands. And the collective bargaining coverage is also quite high in the Netherlands. It's 80%, while the trade union density is still not very high, higher than in France, around 16%. That is from the last figures that are available. The case study, I'm going to be very brief in this. We have looked at 2 case studies in France and 2 in the Netherlands. In France, we look at one of the measures that we have analyzed is some pilots to reduce working time, and in particular to apply a 4-day work week. In some metropolitan areas, in particular in Lyon, and that one has been running already for a year. And since last spring, there was also a plan to implement also this kind of pilot for civil servants and public sector employees in the whole region of Ile-de-France. They are working at the ministries. And also, well, then we interviewed here one of the trade unions federations which are very represented in this sector, Interco CFDT, that is the Confederation Confédération Française Démocratique du Travail, I think. And the lady was in charge of that dossier on this assessing these pilots. And then we also look at a second measure, which was a project from the Union of Executive Technicians and Supervisors, the manager, le cadre, that they conducted a very interesting report, and they have published several initiatives on how managers are dealing with telework and remote work. And that was, I think, mentioned by Jorge, that he mentioned training is quite important, clear guidance is quite important. We really got these answers from the people we interviewed for this case study, no? That was from the unions. They have their own unions, the manager, they are the CFE, CGC. I know the French names, but I'm not going to tell you. What is interesting from the French case study? The super management project, as I said, consisted on an evaluation developed by managers via survey on how they deal with telework and remote work and flexible working. And one thing that there are more conclusions, but something very important, what you said, it's important a clear vision, it's important some, yeah, will be finished. Clear guidelines and training, and also unionization was seen as very promising. The second pilot, it's in France. I think I will be very brief, but what is important, the unions are against it. Why they are against it? Because the way it has been implemented, this pilot of the 4-day week, is not that there is a reduction of working time. It's that the 35 hours would be condensed in 4 days. And that leads to problems related to health and safety at work and intensification of work. So they are not in favor unless it means we are going through a reduction to 30 or 32 hours per week. About the Netherlands, we analyzed 2 case studies also. One was in the construction sector. there is a provision for reducing the working days of people over 55 to 4 days per week. And the second one was a campaign from the CNF, the other trade union, not the one from Clara, that is promoting also the 4 days working week in the Netherlands. Very briefly, the first one, the one on the provisions on the collective agreement on the construction sector. It's, I think it's a successful measure. The union's FNF is positive about it. We negotiated it because it means a reduction for all the workers who are also in a very hard profession, that intensive profession, who start working very, very early, no? And after they are 55, this allows them to work less, but without losing financially and also without losing pension rights. The impact is not quite sure. They cannot measure it quite well because they don't get the information from the employers. This goes through the tax office. That is something that the union complains, because if you want to have a good assessment, you need to know how many people are actually using this possibility. And finally, the last proposal from CNF, I think it's being seen as a bit unrealistic, also by the other union, the FNF. They say, yeah, it could be a good idea, but there are already problems with labor shortage in the Netherlands. It's very difficult to adjust this due to staffing issues in some sector. There are risks of intensification of work, and also the current unpredictable Dutch political climate, to say it nicely, does not help with this. And my conclusions, in general, well, in both countries we see a trend to promote flexible working time. I think France is doing that through the legal reduction to the 35-hour work week. The Netherlands is doing it through other mechanisms. But in both countries, collective bargaining plays a crucial role, both in the Netherlands and France, and also something that came from all the interviews, COVID-19 crisis has had a major impact in this issue. People have a perception that they have a sort of right to a better flexible balance between work and life, and using telework and other flexible working arrangements. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nuria, for your great and complete presentation on two case studies, France and the Netherlands. We're moving now to our next speaker, and I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Minna van Herven. Minna is Professor of Social Policy in the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of Helsinki. She has a broad interest in social policy, and her work and career to date are strongly interdisciplinary. She's going to bring us an overview about the situation in Finland. Thank you, Minna.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Let me first make sure that I have the 8 minutes in my eye vision. So thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everybody. Thank you also my co-authors, especially Aino, who is here today. Garima most likely will be somewhere online. She's in India today, so you know we are global. We are everywhere. Even we are representing Finland in the high north. So we got the instructions for the seminar saying that, okay, you have 8 minutes, and we want you to discuss your findings from your case study. And now I'm listening at my colleagues who are making the whole lecture on the industrial relations of their country, and I think, oh darn, I'm not prepared for this. So I will very, very briefly say something about the industrial relations in Finland, like mini stuff. It's also, you heard, I'm a social policy analyst. I have been trained in sociology, political science, not so much on industrial relations, or definitely not in law. So this might have a slightly different kind of angle of approaching to the topic that we are here to study in the innovative flexible working time arrangement. But I can certain you that in our project outcome, there will be also more discussion of these. But we, as social policy analysts, might be a little more interested in understanding the societal aspects of things and not just the law and these kind of things. So please bear with me. So if we think about Finland, so we talk about very, well, we take law very seriously. We want to be a good student in a class and make things, legal frameworks, very, very well, and we try to also implement them in a proper way. So we have a quite a sustainable system, I would say. We have a very stable industrial relations, so we have the very stable, usually, well, let me give me a side note later, but we have stable established industrial relations, power relations between different partners, of social partners. We have quite stable peak level social dialogue that takes place. Also was one of these key issues how we survived the COVID pandemic in the past. We have very high importance, just like in the Netherlands and France, with respect to the sectoral collective labor agreements and the bargaining. So we have very established structures. We have also high trade union memberships that has not been changing too much in the past. So we are quite stable in that sense. We are also quite stable with respect to understanding our labor market. So we are very high performing labor market with respect to labor force. We have a lot of full-time employment predominantly so. And flexibility is of course something that is being part of the discussion. We had a very phenomenal prime minister in the previous government, Sanna Marin, who also talked a lot about the 4-day working week. It didn't fly. And many other things didn't fly after we had a new government in place who is currently also together with their policy plans really putting the Finnish industrial relations and the social dialogue into quite dire straits. So the trade unions currently are quite struggling for their position, so I'm not sure whether we will have actually quite a different kind of path-breaking tradition now when it comes to social dialogues. I hope not, but we see currently that there's a lot of tensions, and we'll have to see what happens. But what we wanted to study in this case study was actually not the high-educated, the more usual suspect of when we talk about flexible working time. We actually want to look at the dark side of things, so we looked at what happens at the low-paid sectors where you actually have less autonomy with respect to decisions relating to working time or working place. So we chose 2 sectors. We looked at the retail services, restaurant sector, and we wanted to look at the high-pressured public social health and social care sectors. And of course, because we are more reliant on the social policy, sociological perspective, we wanted to study and understand how the flexible work arrangements are affecting autonomy with respect to the working time and place, but also relation to the economic and social sustainability of what is done behind of these flexible working arrangements. We are quite enthusiastic also in our report about discussing the consequences of what happens with flexibilization relating to the quality of life with respect to these sectors. We are, for example, discussing issues relating to the living hours. That is a concept set out by Anna Ilsö, instead of talking about working hours. So we really try to understand what flexibility actually then means at the level of the workers, and when we talk about flexibility, whose flexibility are we actually talking about? So very briefly, not my cup of tea. So there is this Working Time Act, and it's important, and it sets the foundation for flexibility and enables sector-specific arrangements. The full-time working hours in Finland is currently 37.9 hours a week. It's lower than the general average EU norm, so we work a little bit less. Very importantly, I agree with Nuria, collective agreements are important, and also many of the innovations that I will briefly present to you are, of course, set out in these documents. We also have Employment Contracts Act that regulates the terms of the employment contract. So we have everything's established. Well done, us. Woohoo! Then we go to these case studies that we had. So we wanted to study the two sectors. The first, the kind of very precarious sector relating to services, retail, hospitality sector that has already been mentioned before the coffee break as one of these kind of difficult sectors when we want to talk about the flexibility. So we could see in the interviews that we had with main stakeholders on both sides, on the employers and employers side, with respect to what kind of innovations have we found in Finland, that there are these issues that are very at the core also in way how the working place can function. So we had three examples addressed here. They are extensively discussed, of course, in the document. But basically, there were issues like a flexible full-time model. So the idea is that you have people who are basically working part-time, but they are being paid full-time. So in their part-time contract, they also have included flexi hours that can then be arranged according to the need that are needed. So this really helps the employers with these variable hours, but also has what is important to understand also the more economic side of things about the predictability of their income. So they basically are those part-time workers who have these flexi hours. Then there's this working time equalization arrangement that tries to kind of balance the peak and lows in the labor demand, and this is one of the core issues. The whole sector is basically trying to find itself within these very different kind of peaks and lows in their business, and that really requires quite a lot of flexibility, but also especially from the workforce adaptability. So by this kind of innovation, the idea is to try to redistribute these hours within the predefined periods, and then it actually allows them to work longer in some periods when have time off, when it's less busy. The part-time work has been often as the main kind of solution for these sectors, especially in the retail, but in the hospitality and of course in restaurants. But I think in the Finnish case, because we are such a high full-time working society, it's still not very a norm in the sense in many areas, but within in this sector it actually is. And it is essential for these companies to actually go with the operational demands, but it does at the same time also prepare a precarity trap to these sectors. There's quite a high level, I don't have the figures here, but there's quite a high level of involuntary part-time work, especially in the restaurant business. And this is being used for business strategy to save cost, of course, but it is very problematic with respect to the living hours understanding and the predictability of your income on the one hand, but also making the ends meet at the second time. So especially in the capital area where the living costs are much higher, it is a big problem there. Okay, when we look at another kind of sector, we talk about public and social and healthcare sector. That's quite a different kind of sector in Finland, in the sense that many of these are indeed public services, and there is actually quite a lot of full-time work done here. The main issue there is the work intensification and the problem of scarcity of employment, like everywhere else. And the flexibility that is there being used is predominantly, on the one hand, to make sure that there are enough hands on the beds as they talk, in order to have working staff surrounding usually 24/7. But it's also trying to take the issue of health and well-being of the workers also into question. So because of the intensification of the workload, there's very, very big gaps on the labor market. This sector has had to adjust their functions in order to keep the people working, get new people perhaps working, because that's one of the things. So you need to get new people included. But it's also trying to adjust these workers' personal needs so that they can to be able to have the resilience to stay in the sector. So they were like arrangements that are trying to accumulate the working hours for extended period in order to adjust then to the personal needs later. So like annual work time arrangements that basically just allows you to take time off when you need without you jeopardizing, for example, your pay. Then there is work time banks that is being used in order to spare some extra hours so that you can convert this to time. And very importantly, especially when it's relating to autonomy, all this economic shift planning. So basically allow workers to have a say in the way that they are being scheduled. So this is one of the main issues, how you can actually provide more flexibility. Okay, what did we learn? So when it comes to the retail and service business, really the flexibility comes from the employer's needs. And there's very little room for flexibility. And it's understandable, of course, of the natural of the industry, on the business, but it does undermine the income security and the consistency at some times. So we really see that there's very low autonomy for the workers in order to deal with these structural issues. Whereas in social and healthcare, we see more a balance between the employer's continuous service needs and the structured flexibility to employees. And there we actually see more medium autonomy. So coming to the conclusion, because we need to keep time, we in Finland are very into that. So conclusion is that there are flexibility arrangements, but they are very diverse. So in the retail sector, it's employer / customer driven. Health, social care, it tries to be a combination in order to maintain the service delivery, but also to make sure that people actually be fit for employment. Challenges are diverse. So in retail, I think the question of flexibility, as it's such understood, is also a question relating to the predictability of the income security. So we should really thought not only about working hours, but actually the living hours. Do actually people able to survive with the work that they have? And what are the what are the impacts of that? And in the care sector, flexibility has much to do with social sustainability, the high workload, the labor shortages. They kind of require people to extend their working time because that's what often happens in these workplaces. And then the question is, how can you actually impact that, and how do you make the short-term driven business actually take on also the long-term aspect of social sustainability. So thank you.
Good job in the time. Thank you, Professor Van Gerven. We're moving to our next speaker, Professor Sarah Hangler. Sarah is Assistant Professor at Edward Loran University in the Department of Labor and Social Law. And after graduation, she completed a program in Human Resources and Labor Law at Temple University in Tokyo campus. She has participated in several national and international researches in the field of labor and social law, as well as gender equality. And she will explain the case study in Hungary. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I tried to be not too loud, but loud enough to keep you awake before the lunch break. So I'm a lawyer, and actually I'm also a practicing lawyer. So I have a very different perspective compared to Minna. And also, I try to make my elevator pitch on the industrial relations system in Hungary and the labor law system. So actually, we only have one single labor code and no other laws on flexible work or labor contracts whatsoever, what we have seen as fairly good examples, especially through the Netherlands and France. And this one single labor code allows very little derogation from the statutory norm concerning working time, either unilaterally by the employer or in a labor contract. So what we teach at the university is that although the collective bargaining coverage or collective agreement coverage and the ratio of organization is pretty low in Hungary, what Nuria mentioned as low, I mean, we have even lower numbers in Hungary, although it's not a very good contest. We have like around 9% of organizational ratio and about less than 20% of collective agreement coverage. So it's like much, much lower than the previously prevented countries. So what we thought as a hypothesis is that since we have more flexibility when the parties agree in a collective agreement, then it motivates employer to bargain. Now, contrary to popular belief, in the questionnaires we found that the vast majority of the employers didn't even bother bargaining with any of the labor representatives, let it be trade unions or works councils, but made any kind of flexible working arrangement unilaterally, maneuvering around the statutory laws. So this is what we call, and I will give you more examples on that. This is the Central European creativity to find your leeway. Besides, we had probably have learned about this recent case of the European Court of Justice on the Mávstart case, which was a Hungarian case, and that actually really changed the scenario of how we understood working time and rest time, and there's like a lot of turbulence around this decision. So another thing is that the amount of people who work remotely is very low, even post-pandemic. That could be explained by the industrial structure of Hungary. We have many manufacturing jobs, and also one of the biggest employers is the government itself. So we also have many civil servants whose physical presence is key. So we can't really go remotely in these jobs. And what flexibility can offer for employees is that either they go on some way of hybrid jobs, which is very difficult because even telework is very vaguely regulated by the labor code. We don't even have specific regulations for home office. And it's very difficult to legally arrange your people if you don't need them to be present in the office. And the other thing where employers could go like flexible based on our result is like providing more leaves, paid leaves for parenting related issues, especially for the leave of fathers. So they go beyond what is the minimal requirements of the statutory law. So this is how most companies understand flexibility. And what is also very important, that whatever applies at the company, it only applies for white-collar workers or like even narrower scope of people like managers. And that set the scenario for the selected two interviews, which were like, I mean, compared to like what we had on the Lamborghini case as like flexible arrangement, like it's like more timid compared to that one, but still it's what we can achieve in this statutory regulatory framework. So one companies which were selected for interviews was a manufacturing company, and they introduced a pretty like creative hybrid work schedule for the employees. So they created a legal, like almost legally fine system for home office, which combined existing regulatory framework for telework And also, that was a combination of working time banking or this reference period, which is used for working time frames. And it's neither a flex system nor a telework system, but they try to move around the statutory norms and create with ex-legal measures this kind of needed flexibility. And this company explained that the 4 days work week is completely failed, even just by Siri, because when they polled employees, it turned out that nobody wants to work more hours than 8. So this 10 hours for 4 days kind of structure was completely rejected by the employees because you can't really work around your family errands if you have to work 10 hours. You can't pick up your kids from school for kindergarten whatsoever. Not to mention that even if you have a free Friday, you cannot even squeeze all your errands on Fridays because sometimes school events are on Tuesday or you have an appointment at the bank on Wednesday. So it's not really what employees needed. So this is why they had to go around this 3 days in the office, 2 days at home, or sometimes it was reversed, 2 days in the office and 3 days at home. And you may say that, what is innovative in that one? But believe me, understanding the Hungarian legal structure, that is quite creative. This is what we can have. And the other case study was conducted in a telecom company with the German headquarters. And this initiative was coming from actually the German headquarters, so that each and every subsidiaries have to implement this so-called vacation policy, which combines paid working time and leaves and remote working. So the idea behind this is that people can work from abroad, from most EU countries where we understand the tax system. So they can extend their paid holidays by maximum 20 days per year, calendar year, and it allows people to stay with their families on a holiday for longer time and they work from the Airbnb, let's say, while their family is at the beach, but they still can enjoy quality time together, yet it's not really compromise on work intensity or effectiveness of the output. So it's not a posting, because the employer doesn't cover the additional cost, and it's not a paid leave either because you have to work, but also it creates a kind of legal hybrid, again, which shows that to the overwhelming majority of the binding statutory laws, you don't really have much flexibility. And actually, these kind of flexible measures won't be allowed by collective agreements either. So what you can do is mix and match the different provisions and hoping not to have some audit from the labor market or labor authorities. On the other hand, I think that would pass because these are not extending the maximum working hours and a bit of stretch on telework rules, but still it's more or less okay. So I think our case study shows that even in a system which is definitely not characterized by good industrial relations or high coverage of collective agreements or anything what we learn as wow, this is so great in Western European or Northern countries. So we don't have any of that, but still employers seeking for work-life balance, for employee satisfaction, business productivity, they find their ways. So this is what Central Europe can offer as understanding of creativity and innovation in working time. So that's all. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Hangler. Now we're going to pass to our new speaker. Last but not least, have the pleasure to introduce Professor Gomez-Abelleira. Professor Gomez-Abelleira is full professor of employment law at Universidad Carlos III. He's also director of the Labor Legal Consulting at this university, of the Master of Labor Legal Consulting at this university. He has been visiting professor at Harvard University. He has written several books and papers on labor law, and he's the author of a handbook titled Spanish Employment Law. He's going to present the case study of Spain. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Itziar. Thank you, the organization, for inviting me. Thank you all for attending, and thank you especially the students from our master's degrees. Thank you for being here. I'm going to present 3 cases that we as a team have studied in Spain. The team is Pablo Jimeno right there, Ana Belén Muñoz right there, and myself. And the 3 cases, I'm going to explain this very briefly, cover 3 different companies: a very small company, a medium-sized company, and a large company. So we've covered more or less different types of companies. The first company I'm going to cover is called Software del Sol. Software del Sol is a software company, right there. A software company, a medium-sized software company, that in 2020 agreed with the unions in the company to reduce the working time and to move from a 5-day week to a 4-day week. Okay, so that was agreed in 2020. The reduction in working time was around 13%, and the reduction has been maintained all through up to now, during 22, 23, and 24. So it seems that this measure adopted a few years ago has been successful. For instance, we can measure that success in terms of salary increases. Salaries have been increased above industry and national average, so it seems that the company is doing well. Of course, most employees are happy about this measure. It adopts 2 different schedules depending on the type of workers. For some workers, it's Monday to Thursday with Friday off, and for some other workers, they have to shift the day off depending on the organizational needs of the company. So different approaches, different schedules, but the general idea is the same: reduction in working time and reduction in the days of work. Second case that we have studied is Ephemera. Ephemera is a very small company. It's a company with around 30 employees. It's located here in Madrid and also expanding in Barcelona right now. And it's a company in a very competitive sector because it's the creation of cultural content for marketing purposes for different clients. So they have a sectoral collective agreement in this case, which sets the maximum number of hours at 37.5 hours, Monday to Friday. But in April 2022, 2.5 years ago, management unilaterally adopted a reduction in working time and a movement to a 4-day week. So since then, in addition to other measures that they have in place for employee well-being and for health and safety, etc., they seem happy, both sides, management and also employees are happy with this schedule, in which basically what employees say is that they can do personal things during this day off. All types of things: educational, training, work-life balance, personal needs, etc. So they are really happy with this measure. Basically, in this case, the employees self-organize the shifts. So if I choose to take my day off on Monday, my colleague has to work on Monday in order to cover my absence during this day. So it's basically self-organized. It's a very small company, they can do it, and it's a successful experience. And then we have a very large company, which is Schneider Electric, which is a multinational, well-known company, in which basically they have a reduction in working hours going on, moving to the next year. But they tried a pilot experience with moving to a 4-day week, which has been a failure. And has been a failure. They didn't succeed in this because in our assessment of the experience, they didn't reduce the working hours. So basically, if the 4-day week is not accompanied by an effective reduction in working hours, it's very difficult to implement, and the well-being of employees is not enhanced. And I think this is a very important aspect that a previous speaker, Jorge Tubio, has highlighted, which is that the final goal of all this discussion is the well-being of employees. If employees are not happy with the measure, of course, it's unuseful. It's completely a waste of time to implement these kind of measures. So, my conclusions, our conclusions from this study, from this experience, are the following. In the first place, it's difficult to move to a 4-day week without reducing working hours. It seems that this is a solid conclusion because in other experiences, the same conclusion has been achieved and has been exposed here. Second, every company, every sector, even every department, I would say every individual is different. So I think that there's no magic formula that covers every experience. Again, here we have discussed about the experience that Jorge Tubio has exposed about, a number of companies, and of course the universe of the labor market is huge. So we have lots of different experiences that have to be tackled on an individual, on a singular basis. So statutory interventions in this realm, in this area, have to be done with care, and we have to be smart, especially in Europe. Yeah, this is a European discussion, and you can see the graph there, and the graph is kind of discouraging, or at least frightening, because the US has grown a lot while we haven't in the last few years. So we have to take into account not only employee well-being, of course, employee well-being is important, but also productivity and production. If we don't care about production, employee well-being is not be enhanced, because if there's no production, there's no employee well-being. So we have to take care of those things, and we have to be smart. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution. We have to run away from simplistic solutions, and we have to move into more nuanced solutions, and I think collective bargaining is very important. Here we have strong unions, and we have to say thank you to our unions, because they make a lot of effort in order to have very good collective agreements and a high coverage of collective agreements in Spain, around 80–90%. If we exclude domestic work, for instance, we have a high coverage, and this is something that we owe to the unions and, of course, to employers' organizations. I think that we have to work with them in order to reach well-tailored solutions. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gomez Cabelleira. Now it's time for discussion, but I have been told we are out of time, really out of time. So in case anyone has really a very interesting, really interesting question, please address the question. Otherwise, I just want to say thank you so much to all our speakers for being here, and to all of you for your attention. Thank you.
closing the gap with the European countries in terms of the average number of full-time hours worked. Thus, in 2023, Spain had an average normal working day like other countries with economies of a similar structure and size, such as Italy or Germany. However, the high level of people wanting full-time jobs that are currently working part-time, in our country generates a problem of unemployment and wage shortages, especially among women. This problem, together with the fact that almost half of the working population works more than 40 hours a week, gives the reduction of the legal working week the potential to promote a more efficient and fairer redistribution of hours worked, helping to create jobs and increases the working time of the unemployed. With regard to the sectoral analysis, only 5 economic sectors account for average or less than 40 hours per week, so that's addressing a reduction in the working day would also have a positive impact on a large part of the productivity fabric, although more moderate in those activities with created public affiliation, we have a minor average of our work. For its part, in the field of collective bargaining, although an downward trend is detected in the number of hours agreed per year, there is not significant reduction. However, the average agreed in 2023 stood at 38.3 hours per week, lower than the total national average, which demonstrated the union's ability to achieve shorter working hours beyond the differences that can be seen between a sector. Finally, there is a high amount of unpaid overtime, more than 40%, although its percentage rises in some sectors about 80%. Thus, its recurrent use in a fraudulent and abuse way, in addition to representing a loss of wages for workers with its corresponding negative impact on social security collection, can dilute the positive impact derived from implementing a shorter working day. Therefore, it is necessary to promote more efficient and effective control of them, in addition to increasing their compensation, while Spain is an unfavorable position in this aspect compared to the rest of European countries. This is why it is extremely necessary to adopt a policy which, according to European standard, regulates unreliable and not manipulated resistance and several punishes non-compliance. In this context, our labor landscapes should be directed toward the reduction of working time, in particular in sectors where long working hours or strenuous working conditions prevail. Thus, the reduction of working time in Spain becomes a priority in labor and economic policies because its potential positive effect. This can be seen from analysis of most of the pilot programs for reducing working hours that have been implemented internationally, which, although different in terms of the time reduction proposed, as well as the support provided or the coverage and degree of application, maintain the same common denominator. They keep wages intact. Moreover, the set of try and implement it offer one main lesson. It is possible to maintain the same economic and business performance or even improve it by reducing the working time. For workers, the benefits are evident. Positive results are recorded in terms of physical and mental health, reduction of stress and fatigue, increased rest time, etc., and work-life balances, more facilities to enjoy time with family, do sport, etc. For this reason, from UGT, we advocate that in Spain, the reduction of working hours should be undertaken since the modification of the law. Firstly, by legislative technique, only a law, in the case in Europe, can modify a law. In this case, Article 34 of the Worker Statute. Second, because it's the only way for the measure to benefit all the companies and sectors, those who do not have a collective agreement to protect them, those whose agreement has long since lapsed and had not found a way to negotiate a new one, or those in which collective bargaining has stalled the maximum working day in the last 40 years. With the transitory nature and the measures that are necessary to adapt agreement, sector and companies, but without leaving anyone out, a measure that benefits workers, but also the productivity of companies. The states, the Kingdom of Spain, also must comply with Article 40.2 of the Spanish Constitution, which states the public authorities, they will guarantee the necessary rest by limiting the working day. The reduction of working time has become an essential demand of society based on solid economic, productivity, and social arguments. In its proper implementation will require the use of all available negotiation tools to make it possible for workers to have more free time without a salary reduction. There are workers who, despite of the great changes suffered by society, has been waiting for this improving in their working condition for 40 years. We can neither forget them nor let them down. I want to say a special thank you, my English teacher that is here with us, because 5 years ago I didn't speak English, so I speak English thanks to her. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Fernando, for explaining to us the position of the UGT about this reducing time and the proposal from the government. And now I'll give the floor to Jorge. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the university for having us here, Ana Belén and Adrian for the organization, and you all for coming. So I represent, as Adrian said, the Spanish employers organization. So as the bad guy of the table, I want to throw or share with you a big idea, or first a big thing that may surprise some of us, is that we, the companies, the employers organization, don't refuse to reduce working time limits. So I don't hear the applause, that's a joke. But the problem is that we don't want it through a national law. We believe that the correct way, or the best way to implement this is through collective bargaining, social dialogue in collective bargaining. So as Fernando did, I want to refer to a couple of articles of our legislation. First of all, the Article 34 of our Workers' Statute that states that the duration of working time shall be that agreed upon a collective bargaining agreements or employment contracts. And about this, in our Constitution, in 37 article, states that the law shall guarantee the right to collective bargaining and the binding force of agreements. So for those who create our Constitution, I think collective bargaining, social dialogue in this context is an inspirational principle, very important and very useful to implement big changes in our labor relation system, on our labor market. So why do we prefer to do it in a collective bargaining context? First of all, our law that limits nowadays the working time in 40 hours is very old. It's from the 80s, but we are okay with that, that the government wants to change it. But in this context, our democracy was too young So we don't have a very big tradition in social dialogue in a complete freedom. So it was maybe necessary to state this limit by law, but even that, this law was preceded by a social partners agreement in an interconfederal agreement, and then there was a law. So even in that case, there was a very fluent social dialogue process, which we think is not nowadays occurring in this negotiation. As I said, the law is pretty old. States a limit of 40 hours per week. But even though the collective bargaining works, because it's been reduced this time. Nowadays, I have the numbers. I think more than 19% of collective bargaining are under 40 hours. I think most of them, more than 95%, are close to 38.5 hours a week. So it's another example that collective bargaining works in this context. So again, we have to point that to do this reduction of the limit by law is by the government damage, I think, our system of social dialogue, and we've been defending this system for 40 years, and we're still doing it. So we think it's very important. And one of the main reasons, as Fernando could know, is there are two very important matters in the social and the collective bargaining, which are working time and salaries. So I think doing this through a national law breaks the balance between the parties. So we think it's not flexible enough with all the realities in our working market. We have very big differences between territories and sectors, even big differences in the same sector but in different territories. So we think, again, and I want to point this very well, we think the perfect tool to do this is to negotiate in a collective bargaining context, not in a national law. We have identified another problems for companies. For example, this is not going to be a big change maybe for big companies, but it's going to be hard for small companies. Nowadays, small companies are destroying employment. Only big companies, medium or big companies, are increasing employment or increasing or growing more than 300%. So we are worried about small companies, which are the 90% of our market. And then we have, I think, additional problems like shift work, which are going to be changed through substantial modification of working conditioning, which is a very complex process here in Spain. So it's going to be a big problem for companies. For companies who works for the administration, for the governments, administration buyers, are companies who work for government, and they are going to have more cost per hour, and the administration is not going to assume this cost. So it's going to be hard again for this company, because some of them, they have already contracts with the administration. So it's a trap for them, a kind of trap for them. So that's one of the main reasons. There are a lot of more, but it's just to brief it. And we have identified two additional problems. One of them is the effect of the directive, the transparency conditions. It's going to have a big impact on working time. So we're worried about this. And finally, the composition, I think it's very important too, the composition of our government, who is composed by a lot of parties nowadays. So for us, it's complicated to reach an agreement in a table with trade unions and government. but we are worried about this, this agreement should be transformed or changed through the Parliament. So that's why, again, we think a national law is kind of a dangerous way to implement this big change in our labor market, and that's why we're refusing to reach a national complete agreement with the social partners. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Organizers are telling me that Raquel, at the end, she couldn't make it online. We have the luck that we are not talking about digitalization and work, which that would be something that would be strange. But so we are talking about another topic, and it's normal that sometimes digitalization is not working. But I think anyway, it's a pity that we don't have Raquel, but anyway, I think we can see quite clear the both positions that there are in the table, that the business association think that the collective bargaining is the correct way to reduce the working time and not a national law, and the other position, which is that we had that for a long time, like more than 40 years having collective bargaining, and that didn't reduce in some sectors the working time. Like we have a lot, as Jorge said, we have a lot of collective agreements reducing time, but there are some sectors that do not have reducing time, and they did not reduce time in this last 40 years, so we need to look for other ways. So I think we could understand where are the big difference, and now I want to open the floor for questions, and then if not, I have a lot of them, but I will not make every one of them. So please. Yes, yeah. Okay, the mic is coming.
Thank you. My name is Clara Boonstra. I was wondering if I could convince you, employer, to convert your opinion with one of the workers. Because in the Netherlands, we have this practice which is called bargaining in the shadow of the law, where the law sets a standard and then says by collective agreements, there's a bandwidth, so to speak. So if you want to apply the law, that's fine. And then the law further allows to make further arrangements and even deviate from the law if you have a good reason. But then at least you would have to negotiate, you would have to enter into discussions concerning the subject. And it seems to me that if you're following your track, that some employers can just refuse to even talk about the subject and just stop the debate right at the beginning. Wouldn't you feel, or would your reluctance for a law be overcome if it would just start a procedural obligation?
Well, as I said, the law is only a maximum limit, but in all negotiations, all bargaining, collective bargaining, we negotiate working time limits. So we don't refuse. We don't go just easily through the national law. It's a limit, and we negotiate with all the pieces on the table the conditions.
Misunderstood.
No, well, I think what you meant, because, and also for the students, I think this is interesting. In Spain, we also have that. We just call it, well, in English, I think we can call it opt-out dispositions, but also in Spanish is derecho dispositivo. So, which meant that what we have today in Spain is like, it's a 40 hours limit, which cannot be changed by increasing that in the collective bargaining. It's impossible. The collective bargaining cannot go up to 40 hours. But what you're proposing, I think it's quite interesting, and maybe it's not a question only for the business association, also for unions, if that would be acceptable, having 33.5 hours week, but that could be increase, not only decrease, also increase by collective bargaining. This is something that, no, but of course, we will have the 40 hours limit in total, but we will have two limits. One limit, 40 hours, which is like impossible to be increased, but we will have 37.5 hours, which could be increased only by collective bargaining. But if the collective bargaining is not increasing that, you have the right, the individual worker would have the right to have 37.5. This is, well, this is something that, as you explained, could be on the table. I don't know, probably that could be that is on the table because it's one of the possibilities. And I don't know if you want to say something about that. So, yeah.
Yeah, online what Clara was mentioning, and if you look at if you look at this from a comparative perspective, if we look at France, yes, there is in principle, maximum of 35 hours per week. But we know, as we explained, is that maximum means from everything about that, it's not that workers cannot work more. They work more, actually. Everything about that is overtime. And everything about that, it needs to be compensated with resting time, what they call this RTTs, no? So would that be a possibility? I mean, setting, in principle, the maximum at 37.5, and then say, we leave to the collective agreements how you can work overtime, so it's not forbidden to work more than that, but how you are going to compensate the workers with resting time. Would that be an option for the employers?
Well,
so I have somehow acquired a microphone. Can I ask another question?
Can I answer?
Thank you for the microphone hold. He saw that I raised my hand quite early on. So surely there must be limits to the working.
I think it's, sorry, I think it's best that, because he wants to answer here, and it's difficult to memorize more than one question, even if it is not your mother tongue language. So I understand that he wants.
I only want to say that France is always an inspiration in collective bargaining dialogue. It's a big reference. And I know in some sectors they have been trying with this model, but I have to confess, never at national level. But I've said, I think I don't remember the sector, so I want to make a mistake, but in some sectors, they've been negotiating through this model.
Now the floor is yours. Sorry about before.
It's fine. I fully understand somebody not speaking their native language, because I don't speak my native language either. My name is Dagmar Schiek, University College Dublin, and I'm a professor of EU law and labor law. So surely there must be limits to the working time in relation to European Union law. So there must be a maximum. I'm sure you didn't question that. You questioned the fact that the Spanish maximum seems to be lower than the maximum allowed by European legislation. And that's a discussion here. And I think it's a very interesting discussion, because this whole seminar is not only about working time, but also about flexibilization and the opportunities which can be acquired or not by remote working. And we have seen from our Irish case study, we've seen that there's even some preparedness of workers to give in on central issues is pay, as long as more flexibility and more time sovereignty, I don't think you use that word, but I hope I can still say it, is gained. And so that is something which perhaps both the European and the national legislation need to integrate. That it's not only working time we're thinking of, it's also working intensity. The criticism of having the 4-day works by intensivation, by not reducing the working time, which workers don't want, and the desire to have more sovereignty over time and over organizing your work. And I think both the European and the national legislation everywhere is not combining this properly. So what we need in the future, maybe 2030 thinking of, is a legislation which combines the flexibilization, the remote work, and it will always have to be a limit of working time, which gives the trade unions a starting point to make working life better. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I think it was much more a reflection than a question. So I think we can finish here the table because of the time. So thank you very much. Sorry.
Hello. Last but not least, and without any time. Thank you all for joining us today. It's my pleasure to introduce you. Next speaker, Jesus Cruces Aguilera. He is sociologist and researcher at the Labor Relations and Public Policies Department of the Fundación Primero de Mayo. He has also been professor of sociology of work at the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. He has also been participating in different European projects funded by the EC, in which different labor and social topics were addressed. For example, just transition, digitization in different sectors, wages, collective bargaining and inequality, workers' direct participation, caring masculinities, and on transnational company agreements. He's also been involved in many publications on labor market, industrial relations, and unionism. As well as he's been involved in the coordination of collective bargaining observatory of Comisiones Obreras, the biggest Spanish trade union. Please join me in welcoming Jesus Cruces, who will be discussing the survey of INNOVAWORKING project. Thank you very much. Jesus, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Victor. And well, I'm coming from the First of May Foundation. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organization, and the whole team of the Universidad Carlos III for doing this meeting. We are aware of how tough is this duty, and so many thanks for the effort. It's good to be at the last point of the meeting because we have good motivation to go for going to lunch. So I'll be quick on the presentation. Our presentation that we do it jointly between Pablo and me is focused on the survey of one of the tasks of the innovation projects. But before that, I would like to give you a quick comment on the foundation that I work. The foundation is linked to one of the main trade unions in Spain, and we do research in many different areas, like labor relations, but also environment, climate change. And the idea is giving knowledge and support to the trade union action. This is our goal. And concerning working time, we have to say this is a quite central issue on our research. On both sides, on the conventional and the norms, on the law, and I agree with the previous colleagues. I think that the law gives us the rules of the play for the match. I think this is crucial because there are a lot of workers that are not covered by collective bargaining. And then we are also really focused on interest on researching on the role of social dialogue and in particular collective bargaining in this issue. And we have to remember that it is in that place in which different interests from workers and from employers arise and in which conflict arise. And here is the place in which agreements also arise. The agreements is the resolution of the conflict, let's say, in many areas, wages, working times, and many of them, and sometimes they are bargained together. So we have in mind that working time arrangement it's a piece of the a whole dimension of the collective bargaining. And we see also, in our study, we see also the potential of this, of the collective bargaining, as has been so in the different countries, France, Netherlands, Italy, and so on, that the collective bargaining has a role to play. And I say that in a country, it has been said before, in which we have around 5,000 collective agreements, men with a strong prominent level at sector level, and also with high coverage, coverage, not density, but coverage, but because we have the erga omnes clauses. It's already known by you. In this context, what we have done on the INNOVAWORKING projects, we have developed a kind of survey, and I'm going to the presentation, just to know what is going on working time. And to do that, our main focus is just to identify what are the interesting practice in two fields. First, in working production, and also in defining the working time flexibility arrangement, considering also hybrid and remote working practices. This is the main idea of the survey. And I have to stress a lot that it's not a survey as usual. It has been developed, we have developed an exploratory survey. That means that there's no a sample, there's no a conclusion that we can deduce from the samples and so on. But it's more like a stepping stone for the rest of the research technique that we have applied as the case studies that has been shown before. So, and also want to say that this kind of technique is very useful, used in social science in many fields, okay? Talking about the survey has been sent to the trade union delegates and workers' representatives, both in public and private companies. And the length is around 2 questions, has been implemented from April 2004 till now, well, in different waves. Starting at the beginning, we have different ways, and the rest of the colleagues of the rest of the countries, they pretty know how difficult it is to get filled the questionnaire. And in total, we have around 178 responses. Talking about the survey, we have to say that it has to be set some limits on the survey. Apart from the technique, there is another limit related to some of the factors, and one factor is related to the size of the companies and the kind of regulation that we can reach with the survey. And here we have also to remember that in general terms, in labor relations and in collective bargaining, there are different factors that have influence. For example, the productive structure, the sector, and also the trade union presence, and the culture of having labor relations. That means that the surveys is more directed to big companies where trade unions have more presence, and where collective bargaining are signed. And also, we can find more broad content on the different clauses and the content and so on. So that's the whole idea of the survey. And I give the floor to Pablo just to... no, there's another one. Look, that's my motivation to have lunch. Well, talking about the dimensions, we asked for different issues. For example, at the beginning, the first one is the description of the company. The core issue of the survey was the working time arrangement, and the main content of the arrangement. Then there's an interesting, we were very interested on, well, you have an agreement, but we are interested of the involvement of the workers' representatives. If, for example, the participation is in terms of information, it could be in terms of consultation, or it could be done in terms of bargaining. And then the last thing, and one of the added value of the survey, is having the perception of the trade union representatives concerning the impact of those arrangements in three different issues: in the work organizations, in the working conditions, and also in the employee participation. And this is my finish. And I give the floor to Pablo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesus. And now I have the pleasure to introduce Pablo Jimeno. Pablo is currently a permanent lecturer in labor law and social security law at the Universidad Complutense de Madrid, although most of his academic career has been linked to the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, where he obtained his doctorate with honors. Previously to his doctorate, he obtained degrees in both law and economics, a background that has allowed him to pursue various interdisciplinary lines of research, combining a legal and an economic perspective in areas related to the labor market. In addition to his academic experience, he has worked as a labor market advisor for the Economic Office of the President of the Spanish government. And concerning his research career, it includes several projects at national and European level, dealing with issues such as new forms of employment and social dialogue. He is the author of a monograph, has coordinated several books, and has published numerous scientific articles and book chapters in prestigious journals and edited volumes. He also coordinates the blog El Foro de la Voz, which has become a reference for professionals and academics interested in social law. His solid academic and professional profile has made him a reference in the study of labor regulation in the European context, bringing a unique perspective thanks to his interdisciplinary background. So thank you, Pablo. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back at this university where, as he said, I have been a lot of years. As part of the organizing committee, and we are half an hour past the time that we were supposed to close this seminar, I'm going to be brief. The survey has been difficult to conduct, and we have obtained an acceptable number in Spain and in Finland, but in other countries it has been very difficult to reach the business, the companies, or the representatives at the companies. So, as Jesus said, it has never been our intention to have a representative survey, but it's especially not representative of these countries. In the economic activities we have covered with this survey, by the other side, we have different activities. We have manufacturing, financial insurance activities, other services, information. Well, there are different activities, so we have information of both industry and services, so we can have, if not conclusion, but at least findings or lines to start new research lines or new fields of research, new questions, new things to look at that could be interesting. Looking to the answers of the questions, we see in most of the companies that we have information about them, they have some agreements about work time flexibility. The reduction of working time, by the other hand, is really a small sample of a small number of our sample. Only 40 of the 180, almost 180 companies we have asked about it. And we have to take into account that we have searched not for general companies, but companies where they have some interesting experiences. So this is it's not only because we have a small sample, but because it's not representative. It's also we have choose some of the trade unions have some companies, some representatives that could have something to say. So it's really a very small number of companies that are reducing times in the intention to make more flexible time arrangement in their companies. Obviously, the companies where they have some kind of measures have more than one. It's not only they don't have to choose between remote work, hybrid work, or working time flexibility. In most of them, they have at least 3 of them, as you can see in the pie graph in the right. The most usual reality in our companies is the measures implanted are negotiated, maybe in a formal way by collective bargaining agreements, or in other ways, at least information or consultation. Is only 1 out of 4 companies that is not negotiated at all, and in other and a small 3.5%, the company decided with any kind of dialogue with the representatives. In most cases, they have different initiatives. The initiative, the starting of the implementation of this kind of measure was made by the workers' representatives, both by the company and the workers' representatives, directly by some workers. Well, you have then the data. Depending on what kind of measures or who implanted the measures, we have different solutions. When the company is the one who decides what to choose, is usually applied only to some employees, to some departments. As if the measures implanted in the company come from an agreement with the workers' representative, is more probable, is more plausible that is covering every employee, all the departments, or a broader scope of the company. And obviously, an important part of these measures is not only to design them, to say we are going to have these possibilities, but also that they are effectively done, that workers really have the rights that they are supposed to have. Only in the companies that the measures are at least partially agreed, at least partially negotiated, they have some committees to supervise, to control, to look if these kind of measures are working. I'm going to go to this last one. We have asked about the workers' representative in all these companies to evaluate how these measures have improved different points, several aspects, and related to obviously to work-life balance, also to gender impact, the time organization at the business, productivity. On average, the results is that the value just pass the exam. It's 3 out of 5. They can evaluate from 1 to 5, and the average result is 3.1, 3.2. If we attend what kind of how they reach these measures, if they are negotiated or not, we see these changes. That when the measures are previously negotiated, are consulted, are bargained with the workers' representatives, the satisfaction is higher. We have to be cautious about this result, because this is a subjective perspective. We don't have measures. So in some way, it's logic that if the representatives have been part of the process, they are more likely to think that it's working. So we have, as I said before, something where we have to research, that we have to look if it's true that the negotiated measures are really more effective than the other ones. If we see 2 different countries, we also see that the sense is not always the same. If we only have enough number of companies to try to look at them, maybe not to make final conclusion, with Finland and Spain. And as we see, in Spain, seems to be more important, more relevant, the measures are negotiated, there are a previous agreement with this kind of measures related to working time. The difference is not the same between agreed or not agreed, or not negotiated measures in all the areas we have asked about. If you see the control of supervision company, it seems to be less important, and on the other hand, the biggest difference we found in range of workers covered, as I said before, the impact in gender equality, improvement in terms of work organization. There are some aspects of the work organization, of the labor conditions, that seems to depend more on whether the measures are or not being part of a negotiation process, an agreement, a collective bargaining process. So, just to finish and to go for lunch, so we can say that probably it's something that we can conclude, but with all the cautions I've said, that the measures that had been agreed upon tend to be to have a more universal scope. It's more probably that every worker in the company enjoys or can have these new rights or these possibilities to adjust their working times. So also the effectiveness of these measures, if it depends on oversight committees, needs to have a collective agreement, because obviously if the company is imposing some measures with the best of the intentions, it's not very like to have an external committee, a workers' committee, supervising what they are doing. And as a general conclusion, the implementations usually increase the impact of measures adopted, or at least the perception of the measures adopted. So sorry for the rush on this, for being so fast in this presentation, but I think it's too late, and we have to respect also working time for the technical people that is there. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you both.
So is there any question?
You are hungry enough, no? Not to ask any question, Anna. So with Anna, we are going to close this seminar. Hay una silla allí. Acércale, pero Ana, hombre.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. Please, we close the INNOVAWORKING seminar. Thank you so much for your feedback. We took note of your comments, feedback, and we will include it in the final case study. And I encourage you to follow our website, INNOVAWORKING website, and the next publication in, books, papers about INNOVAWORKING team. Thank you so much.